levels. We've got national interventions. This is where we think through our policy environment, our tracking of the national performance, and so on and so forth. And then we've got institutional interventions. And this is where we try to think about how do we make this institution called University of Kabianga a key player of the national innovation system. Can it be even better?
This is the best time for us to start asking ourselves, what will the university of the future look like?
One of the key strategies is to ensure that universities start ensuring they have alternative ways of supporting themselves in terms of not relying.
While still upstanding, allow me invite Victoria Litali for a word of prayer.
Let's believe and pray. Dear Heavenly Father, as we gather on this second day of Innovation Week, we come before you with hearts full of gratitude for the gift of creativity and the spirit of innovation that you have bestowed upon us. We thank you for the diverse talents and unique perspectives represented in this university community. Bless the endeavors of this week. May they be fueled by inspiration and guided by wisdom. Grant us the courage to explore new possibilities, the resilience to overcome challenges, and humility to learn from both success and failure. May your presence be felt in every presentation, collaboration, inspiring us to use our skills and knowledge for the betterment of our community and beyond. May we approach innovation with a spirit of service, seeking solutions that contribute to the common good. In this time of learning and discovery, we ask for your guidance and blessings. May the seeds of innovation be planted during this week grow into fruitful endeavors that make a positive impact to the world. We offer these prayers with grateful hearts, trusting in your divine wisdom. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Please be seated. Thank you very much, colleague, for that prayer. Now to the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Outreach, Professor Vincent Onywera, our guests who are present, all protocol observed, good morning. We are happy to be here again, second day of our Innovation Week and Industry Summit. And I want to say that this has come at the right time when we as a community of KC University are learning a lot and showcasing that which we are able to do to transform this country and transform the region. And so I take this opportunity to welcome all of us. We have a number of items aligned to us, as already stated. We have panel discussion from industry leaders who will be able to share their knowledge. We have experiences of entrepreneurship, be able to tell us how people who went ahead of us have been able to innovate and stay afloat in the industry. We have a number of professionals aligned to speak to us today who will be able to benefit us. And remember, even as we do this, the theme of what we are looking at throughout the week at KC University is leveraging on the academia industry linkages so that we can be able to foster sustainable innovations. That is our theme. And so our duty here, the reason why we have our partners is to see how we can be able to partner and linkage together between the academia world and the industry so that together we can be able
Our interventions in Kenya are in three levels. We've got national interventions. This is where we think through our policy environment, our tracking of the national performance, and so on and so forth. And then we've got institutional interventions. And this is where we try to think about how do we make this institution called University of Kabianga a key player of the national innovation system. Can it be even better?
This is the best time for us to start asking ourselves, what will the university of the future look like?
One of the key strategies is to ensure that universities start ensuring they have alternative ways of supporting themselves in terms of not relying on government. That is to commercialize their research. That is one of the ways in which we are encouraging them. We are also encouraging them to use their idle assets, which they have at the university level.
Thank you. We are back. Before that happened, allow me to repeat again by saying that today, the topic of discussion, which will even form the theme of the keynote speak today, is innovations and sustainable development of Kenya's blue economy. And that will be carried by none other than Mr. Geoffrey Kaituko, who is the PS, Maritime and Shipping, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime. Before then, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of us, and therefore for us to start off our program as it is a moment that I want to invite the Dean, School of Business, to come forth, give a brief remark, and beyond that, we'll be able to bring to us the next speaker. Karibu. A round of applause as he comes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our DVC, Research, Innovation and Outreach, Professor Vincent Onywera, our guests, all protocols observed. Good morning. Yeah, it's indeed a great day that we assembled here, making this on behalf of the Dean School of Business. My name is Dr. Peter Kariuki, the COD Economics and Statistics. And the Dean's message is as follows. Of course, he appreciates the timely nature of this engagement that comes to a time when the linkage between academia and the industry is significantly in high demand, especially in light of the changing nature of the world of work, and appreciating that we have to improve and increase the employability of our graduates, and appreciating that innovation is center in this, and it actually provides the heart of progress and is a driving force behind the transformation of business and society's growth. And this week, as we come together to explore, discuss, celebrate innovation in all its forms, be it technological breakthrough, entrepreneurial ventures, or fresh approaches to problem solving, we should always strive to equip our students with knowledge and skills that will enable them to thrive in an ever-changing world. We recognize that true innovation is born at the intersection of education and real-world experience, and therefore the linkage between the industry and academia is very critical in ensuring that we bridge the gap and narrow the gap between what is done in our institution of higher learning and what is practiced in the real world of work. This is why we are excited as a university, as indeed the School of Business, that we are holding this industry summit, that we can facilitate meaningful dialogue and drive innovation. And as Steve Jobs once said, that innovation are not just about generating ideas, it's about putting those ideas into actions. And throughout this week, we encourage all of us to think about what is possible and how we can collectively make it happen we want to inspire each and every one of you to embrace change, adapt to new challenges, and continue pushing the boundaries of what is conceivable. Indeed, we welcome you to this day, this second day of the Innovation Week and Industry Summit. And of course, we keep on having this theme for the today, leveraging on academia, linkages for sustainable development or sustainable innovation, to read our undertakings in the day. And even as we go out there to interact with the innovators, the key challenge that we put ourselves into is, come next year, we as today being the recipient of the information, can we be able to find ourselves now on the other side of the table so that we shall be showcasing the innovations that we have been able to come forward with. And that's basically the challenge that the Dean School of Business is putting to each and every one of us. Otherwise, thank you and have a fruitful day.
Thank you, Daktari. Thank you, Daktari, for delivering that message on behalf of the Dean. Allow us to appreciate him again. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, Daktari. We are humbled to have you around, be able to share with us as we continue with today's program. Now, where you are seated, I just want to challenge you that when the history of KCA and this region is written, what will be your contributions as far as innovation is concerned? And I think it should trouble you even as we sit here. May you be challenged by the messages we see here to make you also have a thought process that you can also contribute something, and we'll be glad to receive that. Thank you very much, Daktari, for that. And therefore, at this moment, I also want to take an opportunity to welcome our first guest, who will tell us a story about his entrepreneurship journey. And maybe through this story it will inspire one or two of us, for us to just have a feel of how it looks. And then we see how we can as well replicate or even do better than what we'll be able to hear. This moment, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take a moment to welcome Mr. Paul Wambua on stage, that he can share with us his experience. Please, let us appreciate him. Bwana Paul, you are welcome.
Thank you. Habari yenu. I understand nyote mnaelewa Kiswahili because I'll mix both English and Swahili. Like you've heard, I'm called Paul Wambua, and I will introduce myself through what I do so that we can be at the same page. I run a company called Brooklyn Farm with my wife, and we've walked the journey together, so the story cannot be complete without her. So atawasalimia kidogo alafu arudi. Judith.
Good morning. All protocols observed. I'm Judith Mercy. I'm co-director to Brooklyn Farm. That's what we do, and that's why we are here today. Thank you.
Brooklyn Farm is an exporting horticultural business. We started our operations in 2018, and fast forward, this year we are looking at exporting about 1.4 million euros. We've already done about 1 million for the year. That's your typical SME. So that's where we are. So now let's go back to the story. I think now we are at speed. I grew up in the village like most of us in this meeting, and my father was a peasant farmer. Tulikuwa tunalima mishiri, French beans, down there in Yata, Machakos. And I used to watch what he was doing. And I used to see that I could go to school I was not being chased out of school, and I took that interest. And I used to see the person who was buying the produce for us. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Okay. So I used to look at my father, what he was doing in the farms, and I was a little bit interested. But where did this interest come from? I had an uncle who was selling spare parts here in Nairobi, and somehow I think I just liked the business part of it. Because when he used to come at my village home, angetuletea manguo, and you know those times, you don't have these clothes. So I was interested. I think I like this business life. People seem to be doing better than my village teachers. So I liked it, and I said, I think I would want to be a businessman. But then one day, the buyer of the produce came, and they literally dumped our produce as we were watching. And I was sure that produce is what we will use to pay my fees. I was mad. And I said, one day I'll be an exporter to compete with you. What you've done here today, I don't like it. And I was, at that time, I think I was in class 6, 11 years. And I forgot about that, but I used to like the way I used to see him doing. Every 6 months, I was seeing a new rolling, coming to pick produce. I was like, this man looks loaded. I think this is the life I want. I forgot about that. I went about my studying. I went to high school in the village, and I came here in Nairobi, Kenya Polytechnic to be specific. 5 years, I studied mechanical engineering, and when I cleared, I was like, should I go now for employment or what? I went to be employed. I quit by lunchtime. I quit and I left. The reason was, I looked at the Muindi. I've already done a job worth 30,000, profit for him. It's all right. Profit worth 30,000. And he's paying me 30,000 per month. I don't like it. Left by lunchtime. Then I was, where do I go from here? I can't go back home. My father has nothing to offer me. There's nothing there. I think I had about 360 shillings in my pocket. Then I came here to Nyamakima, and the most interesting part is that we were staying and sleeping in Mukuru, Kayava. Who knows? You know that place? In South B, there's a slum there. Near sewage. When we are sleeping, sewage water sweeps by, and as you wake up, you step on the sewage. That was the kind of life we were living then. So I had zero option to go back home. So in Nyamakima, I stood there and I watched people, and I was like, where do I get money to eat from? Luckily, I looked at their feet, and I said, almost everybody is wearing socks. Why can't I start by hawking socks? I went to some shops there. They are called city stores. As you go to town, I bought a dozen with my college bag, the one I was using to go to college. I nitengeneza kidogo zingine nikaweka hapa, and I started hawking 20 socks. And this is a guy who was in college studying mechanical engineering for 5 years. Of course, I was feeling very special that, nimesoma engineering. And now the life out there was different for me. That day, I went home with 1,000, starting with 360. The interest grew. Then at some point, I employed some boys who started now helping me in hawking. Here in Nairobi, Embu, Nyeri, Karatina, Machakos, name it. I think when you walk in the streets, you see guys carrying socks. Somehow I think I was the engineer of that style of hawking. Why? I went to Gikomba, took some socks, gave to the warriors. Took them to China. I think somebody is learning something here for the young ones. I saw a need. Then I took the socks because we could not get the right ones in Gikomba. Took to a warrior in Isili. Akazipeleka China. Akapewa knockoffs. Zinakaa za mtumba. And the warrior gave me a credit of 50,000 because he really sold a lot. I started the journey. Then when I was hawking in Irongai, I met this lady who used to go to church here in town together. And she was like, Paul, is there anything else you can do? Or whatever to better yourself. I was like, I think I'm a little bit okay, but I can do farming because I know it better. She said, okay, I can get some capital for you from a friend. Of course, I pitched. Because in college, when we were graduating, we were supposed to write a business plan, right? I think, Professor, that's what these young lads here are doing today. So I wrote a business plan. What was the business plan about? Horticulture. I wrote a business plan about horticulture. But one thing about this business plan I did, I believed in it. And even though I was hawking, remember when I was a young man, I said, this is what I want to become. But now I'm hawking. I believed in what I wrote. I kept it. And it was in my heart. It was really my driving force. This is me who wrote it. And I believe by that time it was the best for the year. So I went to farming. We got about 2 acres, and I did that job with passion. There was just a company next to where I was farming. They had about 40 acres. I had 2 acres. But I think for the time of that time we were harvesting, I got the best harvest than the company. Do you know what happened? The owner of the company was told, I think there is a young man here who is doing a better job than us. Can you try to talk to him? We see what he can help us with. Of course, they poached me. I left the partnership because they were not good people. That's the first lesson you learn in business. Nobody is ready to give you free money. For all that I did, I was given 3,000 by that lady and the partner. 3,000. But I was not mad because I did a good job and the neighbor saw me and they poached me. What happened with the neighbor? I was put in charge of the farmers in Yata and some areas of Machakos, and also in charge of the farms. Remember, I'm coming from a poor family, working and all that. Now I'm in charge of a region because of a good job done. But this job is aligned to my project that I did in college. Are we right there? So again, some very, very valuable experience in that journey. I was exposed to big money that I had never seen. I think per week the budget was about 200 to 350,000 for running all those projects. I did it for 2 years. It was not really my money. And for your information, for those 2 years I was not paid. I was surviving on allowances. But I was okay. Because look, I'm getting exposed to something different. More different than what I can get from anywhere else. But before I went to that farm, of course I had hawked for 4 years. 4 years in the streets of Nairobi and around. My friends, it was a very humiliating experience. Wewe umesoma and you are hawking. Do you think it's easy, my friend? No. I had not met my wife, and I had some interesting experiences for you young guys. I could not date. Sure, I could not date. You know why? Sasa wewe umesoma. The girls who you can date, they don't want a guy like you. This is the journey of an entrepreneur. See, hiyo ndio story mtaka kusikia. I'm giving you the real life. because this is what you'll face out there. The girls you can date, they don't want you because you cannot afford their lifestyle, right? And the ones you can date now, you can't gel. Sasa you are Mr. Nobody, yuko peke yako. Unaona hiyo ngumu. Then unatembea streets, unaona one of your classmates amepita na ngari, chui, you duck. It's not easy, like, sometimes the story can be meant to be very sweet, but there is a backroom story there, which people don't know. But I persevered. And sometimes I think I was very lonely. And by the time I was hitting 32, I felt very alone. Sasa hapa siwezi date nini, because I was still working. I got out of college at 26. So, naona hizo miaka, kuna struggle iko hapo mingi sana. When I saw her, nisema sasa huyu nitamchenga. I think within 2 weeks we were married. Now it's 12 years down the line and we are okay. Because I say, this opportunity, I cannot let it go. It might look funny, but that is most of the times the life of a business person. Most of the times you are alone in the kitchen. Right? You get that? So, after we got married, and after the exposure, of course, I left at some point, because I think I'm not that kind of a person who can be employed. My mind runs too fast sometimes. We got our boy. He's called Brooklyn. He has just turned 12. He's doing his exams. At Nova Pioneer, he's joining Brookhouse, I think, next year. So we named our company Brooklyn Farm on his honor, because I believe in continuity. And I know where I came from, so I'm trying to build something so that when he comes, he can find a foundation. And when I was working with this company, my desire to become an exporter grew more. And I said, I want to understand how this thing works. I could rush to the factory here in Nairobi, understand and see all those things. Then they closed. And I think when they closed, we had about 3 months in marriage. All hell broke loose. We have a kid. We are married. And there is nothing. It's no more job. We went to the shags. But my dream did not die. Because now I have been exposed to the business world of horticulture, I went to some companies, got some contracts, and I started using the name Brooklyn to supply them. Of course, I had knowledge, not really the experience of of working with the customers, and knowledge of this and this customer. Then I learned of an exporter who was in business. Now, this is called taking opportunity for the young guys. You be aware of that. Sorry for calling you a teacher, but let me use that word. I took an opportunity because I learned this exporter is closing business. Where will the customers go? Of course, nature abhors vacuum. You know that. So they have to go somewhere because their business is not closing. It's the exporter here who is closing shop. So I gave him a call. Hey, Mr. Moshiri, I know we've never met, but I know you. Can we meet and you explain to me more about export business? He called me, Nairobi West. And I remember that time I'm at home. And we sat down and he gave me an important lesson that day. We were talking over a cup of tea. He told me, Paul, you're a young man, but remember, the customer never cares about the struggle that you went to deliver this product. What they want, it is value for their money. He told me, look at this cup of tea we are taking here. Is it your business to know kama mtu alichomekea kwa jiko akiipika ama alipigwa teke na ng'ombe? But you want good tea because you're paying for it. So give value for money to your customers. And when we were leaving, he gave me numbers of his customers, the ones he was serving. And he told me, si umesoma, shika number, talk to them. And usiniseme mahali, I might have messed up with them. and you carry my dirt. Go and fight your way through. So that day, I think I called some guys in France through his contacts. I got an order. But of course, lesson number one for a businessman is run away from poverty mentality. This one, it's very dangerous. As a businessman, if you are thinking on scarcity of what you have, you will never move because capital is never enough. Capital is never enough. Every time you want 10 million to start your business, you start the following week, you need 15, right? For the people who have done business. Every time you have this amount of money, you need next. So that, because new ideas keep on coming. So when I talked to this French guy, he told me, you think you can do that? And mark you, I don't have a license to export. But yet I'm talking to guys in France and I'm saying, I think I can do. You know, I ducked. Because I knew this needs money and I don't have this money. But I forgot nimesoma. And this is an opportunity I've received here and I don't want to take it. Honestly, I ducked for a month. But I still had funny behavior of a businessman. I kept on calling others. Finally, I called one called Nicholas Gallo. Huyo ndiye alinifika mwisho. Nimwambia, I think I can do like Sacco Fresh. Sacco Fresh is the guy I said I'll be an exporter to compete with you. He said, you think you can do that? I said, yes. He said, okay. We've never met, but this is what I will do. That was on, it was on a Wednesday. He said, on Monday, I'll send my agent from France to come and talk to you. I was like, what is this? Okay, be waiting. He said, I'll give you the number of my agent. Before he comes, prepare a sample. Take to him at the airport. It was confusing. I went, saw a friend in my line of business. He helped me prepare 2 boxes. Hata sikuwa na pesa, nilizipeleka na mkono mpaka airport. Sijui kwa nini sikuzuiwa na askari, but I took them, labeled them. It was like Joe in France, and they went and they said, fine. Then on Monday, thinking it was a joke, remember the first one I ducked? I was given a call by a French number. Paul, I've arrived in Nairobi, I've been sent to come and talk to you. It's not luck. Remember, I'm offering a product that the market, and I've tried to market myself to them the best way I know possible. Of course, you know, when you are beginning, there is that fabbling and all that. But you have to begin somewhere anyway. So, later is when I realized this person was coming to look at me and understand. Who is this? You know, those guys are rich. They don't mind paying airfare and coming, airfare and coming and going back. I talked with him he gave me time, 5 hours, listening to me. I think he was impressed. I did not know, but I think he was impressed. After finishing, he told me, I think you have to prepare a shipment to go. I don't have license. What I have is inaitangwa nini hii barua ya kampuni. This letter will be your business registration, sorry. Yeah, that's what I had. KEFIS have not okayed me because we've not done the audits. 2, I don't have an export license. But I've been told, Paul, by weekend, has to leave Nairobi to Paris. How? You know what he told me? I told him, that was on March. Why can't we do it on May? I do 1, 2 things. Customers, for your information, they are very arrogant. Be sure of that when you go out there in the business world. For those who are interested to do business. Hawata kubembeleza. You know, it's their money. Remember, value for money. It's your money. You've worked for it. So why should you beg to spend it? He talked very bad. You know what he told me? Well, a bad word. You stupid African. I cannot come all the way from Europe and you start giving me these stories. I'm not leaving Kenya without that shipment. I was put in a corner. Na hata sina pesa, but of course I end a product. Remember, I'm supplying other companies. So, sasa hapo ndio masomo ilikikini. Hii mnasoma. Usione kama unasoma bure. Remember I was studying mechanical engineering and then I'm doing other things, When you, nafikiri ukisoma hizo vitu unafanya zikiwa ngumu, na lecturer amekupea very hard thing to calculate, think about a solution to do. Well, you know what is happening? Unafunguliwa akili to solve life problems, right? Unaweza pewa kitu ya accounting hapa ushindwe, hii nimepewa nita apply wapi? Because that is mostly students think in that line because I was there and I know. Sasa hii nimepewa, hii nitaenda kuipata wapi? Inafungua akili yako. Unapata at some point umepata shida, but you work on it very fast because your mind is used to solving problems, Because I believe when people step in university or in classes of higher learning, it's about opening your brain so that you can sort out issues. You become problem solvers, right? Ama kukoaji bana? Ama ni hizo ni zangu? You become problem solvers. I'm faced with a guy who is telling me, you stupid African, I'm not living here without that shipment. And of course you feel bad because huyu mtu amesacrifice surely kukuja kukusikiza because you marketed yourself, you offered a product that you don't even have, hata una pesa, export license. So I had to think. Nikafikiria, kuna mtu najua na export na ako na pesa na nimeambiwa nitalipwa within 7 days. Ikifika, wacha niende niongee naye, let me try. So I overcame fear. I went talked to a guy called Iralitel. Usiku ilikuwa saa 2 akipack vitu zake, nikamweleza this is what I have and these are the terms and conditions. Niko na product. I only need you to allow me to use your export license and you give me some capital. And we can share the proceeds. Well, he came out with a funny method. He said, me and my partner, we will take profits. Sasa mimi, I looked at it and I looked at the poverty at home. I remember already I have a boy who needs to be taken care of. I looked at the poverty at home, at my village, and I said, siwezi rudi huko. That's the same way I talked about the socks. I agreed. I agreed. I looked at the bigger picture, of course. I was taking 30%, the business is mine, but because of license and capital, look, this man is milking me dry. But I agreed. I'm in the farms, I'm in the factory, trying to look at everything, running up and down. And the shipment went. And the people who went picked to help me do the job, they did a very good job. So when I was coming out of town, I was given a call by the agent, Akiwa Eka Hotel. Paul, where are you? I don't know where he was, by the way. I told him, I'm just passing through Eka Hotel. I'm there, come. Your shipment has arrived in Paris and it is very, very good. The customer is happy. That was my biggest break. Then, that was my first day to take wine. And I took wine and I was happy. Then orders started coming in. Unfortunately, that customer who was buying for me was not doing very well, but he was keeping his word, he was paying me. As he was closing, because I was doing a good job, the end customer, because the one I was selling was a broker, the end customer was impressed by the work that I was doing. And he said, Jamal, can you give me the contacts of this supplier who is supplying section? We try to work with him. And that's how I got to the supermarket in France, where we have been supplying for quite some time now. And the rest is history. Now, niliambiwa niongee story yangu. Nafikiri hiyo ndio story about the most exciting lessons that I've learned. You know, in that story kuna vitu mingi ambazo huwezi kupewa the inside detail. One lesson I learned through that story is learn to take opportunities when they come along, because they come once. If that customer who was sent, I kept quiet, I will not be standing here, because we are here, not because I'm an alumni of this university, but because of what we are doing out there. Learn to take opportunities. The other lesson is be a good negotiator. Remember, somebody told me, give you 70%, and I just agreed because I was desperate. I think if I could have negotiated better, ningepewa 50%. Of course, you don't become too hard such that you are chasing away the prospective business partners, but negotiate in a way that will give you a chance to have a shot at it. The other part I learned is get good capital. Don't be desperate to pick any capital that comes along your way. I've learned in my journey of business that you can have partners from hell, a business, who are to suck you out, and you are left with nothing. And there is a reason for that. 2 years in business, of course, I gave these guys a chance, and they refused me. I moved out because the customers were mine and everything. But 2 years down the line, where I'm saying learn to have the right capital, we had really expanded because we were doing a good job. We were, I think we were shipping about 25 tons per week to France. And that expansion calls for capital. And remember my story, we are coming from the village and everything. Instead of using my brains to talk to the right people, I went to Shylock's. So I was given some money there, 4 million, at a rate of 25% per week. How much is that? It's $1 million, Bob. Paying weekly, interest. I paid for a year. That person alijenga ghorofa kadhaa na akajenga holiday home na huko. And I could not pay 17,000. Mnasikiza hiyo story? As you sell your business, look for the right people. Look for the right credit. Somebody might ask, mbona hukwenda bank? But if these our banks, they want people with assets. I'm coming from the streets. Nimepata time wapi ya kutengeneza assets. But I think watu ambao wako, let's say, I know Professor Mushiri na, where is the other professor? Ayuko, yeah, Rotich, yes. If you talk to guys like Professor Mushiri, hawezi kosa milioni moja anaweza kopa mahali, because he has walked a journey of his life. So anaweza kuwa ana uwezo wa kukopa na hata kupea those funny interests which will kill you. A year down the line we went to close because the sender could not hold. You are bleeding too fast, right? So if you have the right capital and the right partners, I think you can survive very fast. The other lesson I learned is the right people supporting you. Because not unless you want to feed yourself, if you want to feed many people, you have to have a team. Get the right people to work with you. Because remember, I've said we were doing 25 tons by the time we were closing. And that's a lot of vegetables. That's final product. So have the right team working with you. Now, the other lesson I learned is be motivated. Despite those hard times I passed through, I never lost hope. Even after going home and everything was out. You know, at a particular point, because this is always a journey of a business person. At some point you have to go down. It was interesting. My house was locked. I could not get anything out. My rollies were with the bank. Actually, zimekaa huko kwa yard. Na in the process of closing this business, Nilienda kurokota mboga kila mahali, Kirinyaga, name it, zilikuwa na chemicals. So customer amenikirikia, of course alikuwa ameniban. Kefis wamenifungia. Ukifungiwa kefis, the AFA, this guy is Horticultural Development Authority, they also close you. That point is when I looked and I said, mwanaume uisha hivyo. But sikuisha my desire to come back. I kept on trying to come back, and then at one time, I saw an email from my customer, which was very interesting. They were saying on 2019, nilikuwa nimelipwa double payment. I never saw it, they never saw it. It's 2 years, that's 2020, 1 year down the line. I'm like, okay. Now, this is where this journey of an entrepreneur gets interesting. At this point, you've lost everything. Actually, you are in debt. Remember, nimesema nyumba, fees, gari zangu zimeshikwa, sina export license. It's like I'm beginning again, and I need you guys to be careful, to be keen with what I'm saying. The customer says, Paul, I think you owe us some 6,000 euros. Na hata una pesa saa hiyo. Nilicheka. Nilikuwa kando ya lami mahali, but nilikaa chini nikacheka. Kasema yani na madeni mpaka ng'ambo. You know, I laughed. This looks interesting. But then all of a sudden I was like, oh, wait a minute. This might be an opportunity to get back to business again. I told them, you know, I was closed because of that problem. I've done some good work, because I was still farming anyway with friends. I think this time I'm careful. I will not mess you with chemicals again. Let me work, do the audits to get back to business again. And obvious, how wazungu, because of the money they have, and when I tell you those wazungus out there who are buying these horticultural products from Kenya, because you know horticulture is one of the leading forex, Anna, when I tell you they are rich, jua wako rich. So they are arrogant. Sikujibiwa. Alinyamaza, but I kept on telling them what I'm doing as I'm renewing my license again. Then when I cleared, I said to them, there is the license, it's back, there is the product, and I think I can load some 200 boxes for you to see. Of course, I had no money, so I had to go to the airport and talk to the clearing agents and also negotiate for a credit facility. And wakakubali shingo upande, but ni kazi. So on 2020, we came back to business, and we've not looked back since. We've grown now back from that customer to now we are serving 4 customers out there. We're actually working with Gofre, we are working with Lido, and Kafu. But Lido and Kafu, we are working through other people. And also Metro supermarkets. This journey, it calls for resilience from the entrepreneur. Because if you lose hope in your journey, you will be another statistic, you will be another story that huyo alianza kazi na ikamshinda. But I don't expect somebody who has passed through university to lose hope. Si tumesema unasoma unafunguliwa akili. I understand today there is a business competition, something like that. Pitching, Will you be pitching something you don't believe in? Remember, what I wrote when I was getting out of college for examining, it's what I'm doing even now. So please, do something that you believe in. Don't do it because the lecturers want to see it. Believe in it. Remember, you are at your prime when you are thinking very well and you are fresh, you are not corrupted. I believe what you are writing here, if kama unjaenda ukaingia library ukaanza kutoa za wenyewe, see, I know what guys do there. Chukua za wenyewe wanaandika. If it's something you believe in na ndio wewe umeandika, work on it. It might be your best bet as you walk along the journey. Even when you fail, because it is something that umechukua wakati mwingi kuipitia through, it might stick in you and it will bring success for you in the future. I think I'm done. And before I sit down, kama unafikiria uko na business project mzuri, tuone. We walk through it together. Thank you.
Let us appreciate him more, please. Thank you, Bwana Paul, engineer, for that story that we have heard. English people say that necessity is the mother of all inventions. And I'm trying to look at that story. Paul could not go back home because he had no alternative. And so necessity pushed him to start a business with how much? Those who are listening? 360 shillings. And today he's talking about turnover 1.4 million euros. It is possible. It is very possible. And I think the reason why we do this is to hear our stories that can make you also think through and do something. You will not succeed in the inventions world if you don't believe in what you do. And I think that one has come out so well, that he had to believe in what he was doing. And today, that story has turned out to be what it is. Thank you. Let us appreciate him more again. Before I go to the next, maybe somebody, a student here, would have just a question or two that they would want to be answered by Mr. Paul. Can I see somebody wants to ask a question? We give you a moment for Q&A right now. Anyone? You are all tongue-tied. I see a hand. Let's hear that question.
Okay. My question is...
Maybe you rise up so that the camera can capture well.
Okay. My name is Kefa Makotsi. My question is, what profitable business can you start with 10,000 shillings?
I can see Paul is so ready to answer that. Remember, he started one with 360 shillings. And in one day, he went home with how much? 1,000 shillings, right? I think he's right. Can I see if there's another question so that he answers all of them at the same time? Another one? I can see a hand here. Kindly, Daktari, you can pass him. Yes, kindly rise if you don't mind. Just move slightly, so because he's capturing on the other end.
Yes, good morning. My name is Alvin, and my question to Mr. Paul Wamboa is, where can we particularly get investors for a person that is looking to venture into the to a business that pertains to maybe health technology, since you are maybe well versed with the aspect of getting funds or other investors? Yes.
Okay. I think that question is well heard.
Before they become too many.
Yes.
Then
all right, please. I think we can take those two for now. We go to another program and then we'll be able to come back with another opportunity for Q&A.
What was your name again? Alvin. I will surprise you. There is a lot of money around. Muradi see you are Shylock. But the point is that your idea has to be practical enough for it to be funded. Because if it is too complicated, hata the investor hataelewa. But if, like we are here in Kenya and you are having a business plan and an idea, you should reflect what we have here. Usiandike kitu inakaa US na tutaelewa. Because most of these investors, they don't have a lot of time to waste listening to your idea. Ni haraka haraka asikize, oh, this is workable. Fine. Let's meet. Come we see vile iko, labda atakuja na mtu mwingine wasikize, na sababu labda ukipata watu wengi sana wakusikiza, they will know whether you understand what you are doing or not. And then when they see the possibility of it giving returns, they will invest in you. So you can get all the funding you need, but it has to be practical enough. Practical enough. Let me surprise you. When we went down, kuna part niliruka. Hukuuliza nilipata pesa wapi ya kurudi tena kazi. Because you have asked me that. Ndio ujue mahali pesa inatokanga. Farming is very practical in Kenya because I believe almost every Kenyan is a farmer. So it was easy for me to explain to a guy through a phone call. Do you know how much money he gave me? 4 million. Interest free. Well, Paul, shika hii tuenda ukaanza kazi tena. Hatukuwa tunajuana. Hata sijui kule alikuwa anakaa na ajui kwangu. But the idea was practical enough to be funded. If today I want 1 million bob from that lady, I don't know her name, Christian, I will give Christian the practicality of my business plan, my business idea, and I know she will give me. Nikitaka utakataa nayo utaitwa. Yes. Yes. I'm that confident. If the plan is practical enough, na ukieleza now the practicality of it, nikifanya hii, italeta pesa. Anybody will give you capital. And like I've said, even now we do raise. Hata saa hii, I'm also looking for guys to invest in my business. Even now, because capital is never enough. Are we together there? But the practicality is the solution. Right? Siku hizi naona watu wakitembea hivi. How can I help them to walk straight? If it's practical enough, you'll be funded. What was your name? Your question was the business you can start with 10,000 shillings.
Yes, 10,000.
That is a very important question. Hiyo ni swali ya maana sana kwa youth. Because hata mimi nilianza na 360 shillings. I've talked to him about practicality. Maana ile part siwezi kukujibu ni biashara gani. Because hata nikikujibu ni gani, nitakuja kukufanyia. Sorry, that's the language you use there. Huko mtaa. Maybe mnafunzwa ingine. If today I tell you do this business, will I come to implement it for you? No, it's you to implement. So the point is this. Ukitaka kuanza kitu, naona kinawezekana, just start with what you have. You'll gain as you walk. The idea you have, just start. Hata kama ni ya useme mimi nataka kuwa nikiuza simu, si uende ununue simu moja, 3,000, utakuwa na simu 3. Sell. If you make 500 in the evening, it's 1,500. And you have a balance of 1,000. Remember I started as a hawker. Sikusema nitaanza na duka. Because the problem I've seen with the youth today, they want to be like Paul, who has been in the business for almost 7 years. Is it possible? No. But you have to start somewhere because there is a journey of gaining experience as you move. The practicality. Hata ukiambiwa enda ukauze waru na huko mtaa. Kwanza sahau mambo ya KCA kidogo. Si unajua iko huku. Pretend you don't know what you learned. But as you move, you'll be selling waru kama mtu alienda KCA. I don't know whether you guys you see that connection. As you do your funny thing to earn money, you'll be doing it like somebody who passed through a university. Kuna watu wengi sana ambao ni brokers and they are hawkers. Why am I here? And it's true, I was a hawker for 4 years. Why am I standing here with you guys talking about entrepreneurship? I think in my business I have several graduates working for us. But yet, tulianza kama hawkers in the street. The practicality. Any more questions before I sit down? Yeah.
Okay, maybe that be the last. That be the last for this segment.
Good morning or afternoon. My name is Dennis Kamano. My question is to you, Paul. Kindly delve a little bit into horticulture because some of us are passionate about horticulture. We want to know like the difference between animal and like plant farming? And if it's plant, do you do hydroponics or the normal planting or something?
Wow, that's a big one, hydroponics. We don't do that.
Maybe just brief, but I know he can reach out to you in detail even after the session for the interest of the next program.
No, we don't do hydroponics because that is complicated. It's not practical. Hizo ni story. Wacha niongeze za njamba. But be practical. Tunafanya ile ya kawaida and we are making money. But ona professor atakupea namba zangu. You can visit us in our factory. We can talk more. Tuko JKIA HCD. Visit us there. We'll talk more. Kama uko horticulture. I'm willing to take you.
Thank you. A round of applause for Mr. Paul. Thank you so much, Bwana Paul. You know, after a session and you find there are many questions, that tells you touched lives. And for that reason, we want to appreciate you for that moving story. And I know our students have learned something. You don't have to have 10,000 to start. You can start, be innovative in a small way. Innovation has to do even with going to Gikomba, buy shirts, come wash them, iron and sell to us at triple the price. And I know Professor Mushiri will buy. I will buy. All right? So be innovative. And we said that necessity is the mother of what? All inventions. Look at the gap and be able to do something. Allow us to appreciate him for one more time before. Thank you so much for that. Allow me, for the interest of time, to usher in our next speaker. And now we have an opportunity to also listen to two gentlemen who have a story to tell. From the Universities and Colleges Students Police Association of Kenya. With us here, ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Alan Chacha and his colleague, who is the CEO of the Universities and Colleges Students Peace Association. We'll give them a round of applause as he comes, please. Thank you, and you're welcome.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. As you've heard, the name itself is peace. So allow me to greet you with a common greeting that we say. When we say Comrade Peace, you say peace. Comrade Peace. Comrade Peace. That is our slogan, and the main objective of this organization is to connect education with peace. Maybe I'll briefly talk about what is this organization. Universities and Colleges Student Peace Association of Kenya. It's an umbrella association that brings together all the institutions of higher learning. We currently have membership in 75 universities. We are now expanding to TVETs. In fact, last week on Friday, which is in the newspaper today, if you look at MyGov, page 13 and 34, the story is there where vice chancellors and TVET principals have endorsed establishment of USPAC chapters in all institutions of higher learning. I think that deserves a clap. Why have I been given this platform to speak to you? Yesterday I was a panelist and I told you about 3 steps. Who was in the room? Jana, ni nani alikuwa? You can remember the 3 steps. Just say. Thank you so much. Makofi kwake. So yesterday we talked about think big, start small, and start now. And today I've been given this platform just to bring to tell you how we started, how we are thinking big, the power of thinking big and starting small. It's very possible. Today USPAC just started as a zero radicalization campaign, a campaign in a campus, which has now been endorsed by all the vice chancellors, all the TVETs, including your own vice chancellor and CEO, to support and implement that. I think that is a word of encouragement to us. Now, in brief, the picture you are seeing in the screen, that is our patron, the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, and there are other common faces. I know you know most of the people, especially the ones who are sitting there. Next. So what is USPAC? USPAC, the main objective of this organization is to promote peace. In fact, I'm the founder of this organization. I started it when I was a student leader, and I was in Mount Kenya University studying law. So I'm a lawyer by profession. And this was given birth, triggered by the Garissa incident. We all remember, I know most of us, we were young, probably we were in high school, but that is something that was unheard of, you know, where students and even lecturers, they were part and parcel who were masterminding, and they went and killed 147, majority of them being students. So with that, it triggered the formation of this organization, where we started a campaign that was called the Zero Radicalization Campaign. With this campaign, we did it in Nairobi, that is MKU. We went and did it in Tuk, Maseno University, then Technical University of Mombasa. Then we came back, we were trying to look at what are the success stories. And one of the success stories was that as young people, as students, we can be able to look to identify the problem and come up with the solution. But again, we were thinking, how do we sustain this? Then the idea of now registering the organization came in, and then from there we went and approached the late Cabinet Secretary for Interior, who then told us for him to recommend, he needed 2 vice chancellors to recommend. We are lucky that we went and talked to many vice chancellors, and we were able to get 11 vice chancellors that recommended and said this is a good initiative. So with those 11, we went back, and the late CS was able to also recommend. Then apart from that, we also had from the Office of the Deputy President, Peace Building and Conflict, who is now the President, also recommended the registration of this organization. Next page. So with that, we have now 4 areas of focus, which the first one is student peace and security. Initially, we were calling it youth peace and security, but the vice chancellors, within their wisdom, they said, let it be a student. So it's student peace and security as the first area of focus. The second area of focus is student economic empowerment, which I think resonate very well with this congregation and the innovation that we are having today, which will be able to tell you what we are doing under the student economic empowerment. The third area is sustainable environment and climate action. Here we are looking at lobbying every student to plant at least 5 trees every semester. And we are happy because the Ministry of Environment is supporting us. The Office of the First Lady is also supporting us. And we strongly believe that KCA and other institutions will be the champion to this. Sinikweli? Then the fourth area is career guidance, research and innovation. Career guidance, we are looking at how can students from the university be the people who are guiding their fellows. Right now we have students who are doing KCSE. You know, most of the people, including me when I was joining campus, I really struggled. So we find, here is where we are saying university students will connect with their peers who are now joining. They are the people who will be able to guide a student from their villages and those places that they come from. Again, this is also resonate with the today's, especially in the innovation. And here is where one of the area that we are looking at, we want to lobby every institution to do this kind of conversation that we are having the Innovation Week, which then as an organization, then we can be able to bring all the institutions where the innovators will be able to come and showcase, link them with the industry people, and then from there they can also be able to really expand their ideas. Then this came actually on Friday, where Vice Chancellor said drug and substance abuse and mental health is an issue that can never be forgotten, and it need to come very clear, because they said this is an issue that is really affecting us. We have seen every time when we open the media, mental health, you know, people are killing each other because of especially love triangle. You know, this is something that we feel need to be addressed. Lastly, strategic partnership and organizational development is also an area of focus. And this is where we call every partner, starting from the institutions of higher learning. I'm happy that KCA is our big partner. In fact, there is a very big project that we are doing with. We are currently piloting called the GSOT Youth Economic Empowerment, which the men in green, you can just stand and so that they can see you. So the student that you're seeing with green, all those are students from KCA University, members of the economic club. There are two clubs who are interested in business. And maybe to answer the question that the gentleman asked, what can you start with 10,000? If you visit the tent in the field, the exhibition, there's a big tent. All those are students from the 4 piloting institutions, that is MKU, KCA, UON, and MKU. Students have taken as low as the little that you have. We've given you a platform where you are selling your product. And that is what is now the main objective of this. The way the immediate speaker said, just start. In fact, 10,000, it's too much. Just start even with 2 clothes. You'll be given a platform where you can be able to sell. If you go and say, I'm a student, I'm interested in business, and I have these two clothes that I've bought, I wanted to sell for you. I can tell you for sure, people will come and will be able to buy. So that is just to encourage you and tell you that don't think about starting big, but just think big but start small. Next, that is just our areas of focus. I'll just be able to jump because of the limited time. Types of membership for this organization. We have 3 categories of membership. One is ordinary members. Who are ordinary members? These are student members. The one who are continuing falls under the student membership. The second category is alumni members. The ones who have graduated, then they join the alumni. And then we have supporting members. Supporting members, we have our vice chancellors, dean of students, lecturers, and any other person who might want to support, then comes under the supporting members. Then we have corporate membership. Mainly these are institutions. Every institution, our membership, we look at it. For example, I've said we have membership in 75. Those are the members where we draw our membership from. We are now expanding to student association in the county. In fact, if you visit the tent, you'll be able to see Makueni Student Association, which then has also joined as a corporate member. Then honorary members, these are individual organization. The organization every 5 years might bestow a honorary membership to individual, corporate, and right now in December we'll be honoring our founding advisory group of eminent persons led by Professor Chacha Nyegoti Chacha, the Chairman Commission for University Education. And we also have other high-profile people who have really supported this organization to be there. Next. This is just how we implement our activities. Students propose the activities, deans review, vice chancellors validate, then there is an advisory group of eminent persons that is chaired by the First Lady as the patron, and the deputy is the CS Education, who then they approve. And then now annually our activities will be launched by the patron. Just next. Next, I think I've talked about the patron and all that. That is our advisory, that is our structure. Just next. Next. This is, I think, one of the reasons why we feel we need to talk to you. GSOT Youth Economic Empowerment. When I say comrade save, you say invest. Comrade invest, you say save. Comrade save. Comrade invest. Saving is equals to invest. And the name itself, I think it's youth friendly, just under the GSOT. GSOT, ni wewe mwenyewe una GSOT. I hope everybody can be able to, everybody understand Kiswahili. And if you don't, then just know that GSOT is good. So the name itself actually came from the comrades themselves. We asked them, which name do you think is the best? And this program we are piloting in 4 institutions. KCA is one of it, and I can submit and say today, yeah, KCA has done very well. What is this GSOT? The GSOT Youth Economic Empowerment is providing platform for the young people to, one, before you start even saving, we train you. Like we were here in 2 or 3 weeks ago, we did some training on the 23 members of the GSOT who were identified by the university. After they were trained, what were they trained? They were trained on a behavioral change. So before you begin change, you must be able to change in terms of behavior. How do you manage your little resources that you receive? You know, every time maybe your parents gives you 2,000 or 1,000 in a week. How do you manage that 1,000 so that you are able to save 100 shillings? And where is that platform of saving? There is now a Zimele. Zimele has created a platform that specifically is for the student. Now you can save as little as I think 100 shillings, which also comes with an interest, which I'll be able to call my colleague. Then after you've been trained with the mindset, there is also another partner who will train you on financial literacy. Now you have changed in terms of mind. You'll be trained also on financial literacy. This financial literacy will be done by Wild International. Once you have been trained on the financial literacy, then you begin saving. As you begin saving, we have also a partnership with the KEPSA. KEPSA, they give you the mentors, people who have undergone, have already into business, they have faced challenges. Then these people will be able to assist you, guide you, and then as you continue to be mentored by the KEPSA and all that, we also, as you continue to be mentored by all these people, we also link you. We have partnered with Youth Fund, which I think they'll be coming also. And in fact, we are the people who lobbied to establish a saving-based loan. Now we are lobbying to ensure that we have a student-friendly loan, so that we are cognizant that there are students who normally go for 6 months. How then can they benefit? But now what is the role of Youth Fund? Youth Fund comes in where, the way you said, what can you start with 10,000? If you've saved assuming you want to start a business with 10,000 and you have saved 5,000, then Youth Fund comes in, they can be able to give you the loan to start a business. But if you ask any business person, will tell you, the best you can do in a business, don't start with the loan. You know, start with the little that you have, learn, get the challenges. Then when you are going now to take loans, it's an expansion. You have seen that in my market, I think I have a demand that I need to add 5,000, I need to add 10,000. Then that is the time that we link you to Youth Fund. Then the Youth Fund will be able to give you, will be able to support you in terms of business expansion. So that is basically about the GSOT. Allow me to just briefly call the gentleman from Zimele to come and say about what is this Zimele. It's providing the saving platform. Are we really safe? And then now from there we can open just 2 minutes for question and answer. And then I'll be able now to hand over to the MC of today. Karibu sana Francis, you can come and say briefly about Zimele. Tumpigie makofi akikuja.
Good afternoon. Is it 1 minute to 12? Okay, my name is Francis. I work with the Zimele Asset Management. It's a financial platform whereby it's more geared towards saving. I need to be brief as possible for just a matter of time. Will be done. So, who is Zimele? Zimele is a regulated financial firm whereby we are regulated by the Capital Market Authority to offer money market funds. I know when I mention about money market funds, most of the people can relate with that. So, what are our products? We have 3 different types of accounts whereby we have fixed income funds, we have money market funds, we have balance funds, and we have pensions. So, what do we do exactly in partnership with the USPAC? We give a saving platform for students. with the GSOT program to be specific. So, why did they choose us to provide this platform? We give an avenue for students to save as little as 100 shillings and even 50 shillings. I know the issue of the comrades, wanasemanga wana pesa, but I know you have something. And if your mind is geared towards business, and with the objectives of the OSPAC, the Student Economic Empowerment and Entrepreneurship, with the 100 shillings, with 50 shillings, when you put it together, today you save 100, tomorrow 50 shillings, and another day another 50 shillings. By the end of the day, you'll have something to save for you and to start that business you always dream of. Somebody asked about the 10,000 shillings, which business you can start with. Just start. I think that's a word. Just start with whatever you have. I started my business while I was in campus. That is 2014. I had just on the laptop. Only the laptop. Today, I have I have 5 employees just in town. That is how many years down the line? Almost 8 years down the line. The persistence of doing the business. So, it's not late. You can start. So, when you open an account with Zimele as a student, we give you an interest of 10.75 per annum. As little as that 100 shillings. You open an account with that under the GSOT program. When you go to the website of Zimele Asset Management, you will see a place whereby you can open an account under GSOT, to be specific. We give that interest of 10.75 per annum. You can deposit as little as 100 shillings via M-Pesa, via bank. You can be able to create your password to log in there to see your statements and how you are performing. So we have the GSOT club. That is now where the university itself as a whole comes in. And then we have GSOT families. It's whereby you identify within your team 10 of you, 5 of you, you have the same interests. Maybe you want to sell clothes, maybe you go to cosmetic industry, or maybe the farming. So you form that group, and then out of your savings, the youth fund comes in to boost you with the smallest thing you have been you will be saving in that account. So that's where the Zimele comes in to provide that platform for you students to save. And we partnered with the OSPAC and also the youth fund, at least to give you something, to give you that boost, that loan. But first, ukuwe na hiyo biashara. We said you should not just go first with the loans, you should first start with something. Hiyo pesa kidogo. So I think that's the summary of what we do under this program of GSOT. So we have a tent down there, kwa field. You can walk in there, ask those questions. Because of the time, I won't be able to go deeper in the whole thing of Zimele, but I wanted to talk particularly on the GSOT program. So you can find us down there. You can find us also online. You can check about our products and how safe will be your money. But I can assure you we are regulated by 2 major regulators, that is Capital Market Authority and the Retirement Benefit Authority for the pension schemes. So Alan, I think I can hand over to you, and because of the time. And down there we have our tent. Visit there, ask those questions, and we'll be able to help you as students. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Makofi kwake tena.
All right. Yes. Do you have some questions? I will allow just one.
Okay.
Please.
Any question? One question? Because of time?
Yes, there's a hand here.
Good afternoon. My name is Wonderful. I have a question. So is USPAC a non-profit organization? And if it is, how are you able, from your position as a student, to make those radicalization campaigns? And if it is a profitable organization, how did you start? All about capital, all about getting those validations from all the vice chancellors from different universities. Yeah.
Thank you so much. USPAC is a non-profit and non-political student association. How do we support our activities? We get support from development partners and government, and including even you. How do we get our support from development partners? Our big support has been UNDP. UNDP has seriously supported us in most of our activities. We also have been supported, of course, government has been supporting us. And that conversation where we are having with vice chancellors in regard to how do we ensure that we sustain, we don't depend so much on donors. I will tell you, even universities, they get supports from these development partners and all that. So those are some of the people who are supporting us. But apart from that, as an organization, we also have, you must be innovative. You ensure that, assuming that donor is not there, how do you survive? So we have USPAC Enterprise. The enterprise is the one that then does profit making just to be able to sustain the activities. Here is where there is merchandise, the hoods and all that, that then we make and then we sell, so that those are some of the things that they assist us in terms of also day-to-day running of our organization. I hope that is a bit clear. But for more information, you can visit our tent. We are there. In fact, we have around 5 tents, all of them in one place. So just visit us there, register with Zimele. I can tell you there are very many benefits that will be able to come. Once we have 200 members in an institution, is then we come and launch officially. So in KC, I think right now we are almost 100. And I must admit that the people have been visiting the tents there. So kindly visit the tent, register, and then other benefits and how to engage, how to participate in these activities, we'll be able to tell you. Thank you so much. Allow me to hand over to our able MC. Asante.
Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause for Mr. Chacha and the team. That is really nice. Huh? You know, innovative ideas always come from somewhere. And if you listened well, you'll realize that it was after the Garissa incident that an idea came. You too must have gone through some experience, and that will be able to make you ever feel that there's something missing. There's a gap somewhere that you can be able to fill. So learn from this. Each speaker here has an experience. If you listen to the experience of Paul and you listen to the experience of Mr. Chacha and colleague, at least you can also relate and pick something, so that after this whole week, you are able to come up with something. Remember, what we are discussing is sustainability, sustainable innovations. And I like where you have ended it, by saying you have to find a way to sustain the organization. So sustainability is at the center. And we as KCA University Fraternity, what we are looking at is that idea you come up with today, can you be able to sustain it 2, 3, 4, 10 years down the line? That would be very important. And so one more time, kindly allow me appreciate the team. That is beautiful, and I know we'll learn more from you throughout the week. Now, we are doing well, and at this time, without giving an opportunity for a health break, allow me to bring to us our 4th speaker. Let us be upstanding as we welcome our guest walking in. Thank you. Be seated. Be seated. Thank you. Thank you so much. We are glad to have been joined by our guest today, Mr. Geoffrey Kaituko, the PS, Maritime and Shipping, Ministry of Mining, blue economy and maritime. Sir, we welcome you. We have been expecting you, and we want you to have a feel of KCA University Innovation Week and Industry Summit Week, where all of us together we are looking at how the academia and the industry can link together and be able to foster sustainable innovations. And today we are glad that you are part of this. You are also going to speak about something related to innovations for sustainable development in the line of blue economy. We are waiting to hear from you. Feel most welcomed, and you will be able to get that opportunity. Now, quickly, for the interest of time, thank you. I was consulting Daktari there. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to take an opportunity to welcome the Director of Member Value and Customer Experience, ISPAC, that she can be able to come and also talk to us and be able to share with us as a partner in this. And even as she comes, allow me mention that KCA University is founded by ISPAC and our sponsors. So we are here because of our sponsors. Madam Rose Tinderet, you're welcome.
Good afternoon. So a number of years back, I had a conversation with a friend of mine. He's white. And when he had a work at ISPAC, he told me, you know, Rose, there are only two professions that do not have jokes. And he said it's the accountants and the engineers. Then I sat back a day after and I thought about it. And I was like, wait a minute, what do you mean accountants do not have jokes? So I made it an intention to be able to share as many jokes as possible when I speak in any forums where accountants are present. So how many accountants do we have in the house? By a show of hand? Yes, and I can also see some of our ISPAC members who are staff and are here with us. So I did get a joke for this event, and I'll go ahead and share. Did you hear about the cannibal CPA? The one who charges an arm and a leg. See, accountants have jokes. So home movie and video game rental services giant Blockbuster Video, founded in 1985, was arguably the most iconic brands in the video rental space. I know Gen Zs cannot relate to this. And I know some of my age mates can relate to that. I see Leslie smiling, so she totally understands that. So at its peak in the year 2004, Blockbuster employed 84,300 people worldwide and had 9,094 stores. Unable to transition towards a digital model, Blockbuster filed for bankruptcy in the year 2010. In 2000, Netflix had approached Blockbuster with an offer to sell their company to Blockbuster at $50 million US. The Blockbuster CEO was not interested in the offer because he thought it was a very small niche business and was losing money at the time. As of July 2017, Netflix had 103 million subscribers worldwide and a revenue of $8.8 billion US. How many watch a lot of Netflix? Gen Zs, hello? Yes, so it is important to take cognizance of the fact that we live in an age of disruption and rapid technological advancement. Any organization that is unable to adapt quickly to the changing market conditions is doomed for failure. Innovation is critical in the constant battle to stay ahead. So on behalf of ISPAC, I'd like to take this opportunity to commend KCA University for taking this proactive approach on a yearly basis and to be able to host the Innovation and Industry Summit Week. So can we offer a round of applause to the staff and the students here? So earlier the MC spoke about ISPAC being the founder of this university. So we have a parent and a child relationship. So we have an amazing relationship with the university. I also, I hold almost a similar position. A couple of years back, was a staff at this university, and I'm a proud alumni of this university. I did my master's here, so it is nice to be back home. So I'll speak briefly about ISPAC, and then would have more interactions. We have a stand, so I hope we'll be able to have more interactions outside the tent. So ISPAC is the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, which was established in the year 1978. It is a member of the Pan-African Federation of Accountants and the International Federation of Accountants, so the global umbrella body of accountants, of the accountancy profession. So our vision is a world-class professional accountancy institute, and our mission is to develop and promote internationally recognized accountancy profession that upholds public interest through effective regulation, research, and innovation. So it is by that our mission that we here to be able to support this Innovation Week, and we will continue being part of this amazing initiative and much more that the university basically comes up with. So we are founded by an Act of Parliament, and we draw our mandate from the Accountants Act number 15 of 2008. So the function of the Institute, one, is to promote standards of professional competence and practice among members of the Institute. We promote research into the subject of accountancy and finance and related matters, and publication of books, periodicals, journals, and articles in connection therewith. We also promote the international recognition of the Institute. We advise examination board on matters relating to examination standards and policies. So we work very closely with CASNEB. So CASNEB is the examination body, we are the professional body. And then we advise the minister on matters relating to financial accountability in all sectors of the economy. So we actively participate in the budget making process. We carry out any other functions as prescribed for it under any other provisions of this act or any other written law. So ISPAC does have different categories of membership, and I'd like to speak about the associate categories for those who are pursuing the CPA qualification. So we have the associate category, which you can be able to register and be part of the ISPAC membership if you finished your CPA and have less than 3 years work experience. For the full membership, you have to have more than 3 years work experience. And once you register with ISPAC as a member, then you are allowed to use the CPA designation. So allow me to stop at this point and invite you all to come and visit us outside our tent. We'll be able to share more information about what we do. But what I can say is that we really work closely with the university. So when you think about a value proposition of the membership, there's one where the university has extended 20% discount to all the ISPAC member. So any ISPAC member who wants to pursue an undergraduate or any program at this university then are entitled to 20% discount. So the same has also been extended to all our staff. So we appreciate the university and commend you for the good job. Thank you so much.
Very well, very well. Thank you. Thank you so much, Director Tinderet, for that submission. Allow me request we appreciate her again. Yeah, you know, when you are with your parent, you're at ease. And so we are at ease when you are present. Thank you, and thank you so much. This time, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take a moment and invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Outreach, Professor Vincent Onywera, who will take the stage and be able to bring to us his guest so that the program can run as planned. Professor Karibu. Please, a round of applause for Professor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our chief guest this afternoon, Honorable Geoffrey Kaituko, who is the PS Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs, my friend of 35 years. I've known the PS for the last 35 years. Clap for both of us. I will come back to that. Our partners who are here, ISPAC is not only the sponsor of KCA University, but also one of the sponsors of this Innovation Week. And the other partners who are here, deans and members of the faculty, directors, our wonderful students, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Hamjambo. I will be extremely brief. Our PS, this is a 4-day event. It is a signature event for KCA University, and it is a model event that we have invited other universities and research institutions to come and see how we can bridge the gap between the academia and the industry. And yesterday we had our chief guest, who is also the Chancellor, Professor Olive Mugenda, who talked and really gave us advice on how to move this forward. Why are we having this Innovation Week and Industry Summit? The second of its kind at KCA University. We would like to provide an opportunity, a platform for our students to showcase their talent, their creativity, and their intellect. This Innovation Week is about the students, a lot more about the students than us, the faculty. We are the enablers, but the students are our center of interest. So we are providing a platform for them to be able to showcase their creativity, their innovation, and also to be able to show the talent that they hold. Secondly, we are using this opportunity to give an example of how industry and universities and academia can be able to work together in driving the economy of this country. Because we don't want universities to be accused of being ivory towers and believing in the bottom-up approach. People have to put their resources, their energies, intellectual capacities together in driving the country forward. Thirdly, we are using this to instill amongst our students an entrepreneurial spirit, equipping them with 21st century skills so that they are not job seekers, but they are job creators and people who are fit in the job market. Finally, is that through this Innovation Week, we would like to see commercialization of ideas, commercialization of research outputs. We would like to see in the next few months, produced in Kenya, made at KCA University. Because Africa cannot wait. Africa cannot wait any longer. The wait is over now. And we want to see our academia, our students, our professors coming up with products made in Kenya, produced at KCA University. And we are very committed to that journey. Our Vice Chancellor and CEO, Professor Isaiah I.C. Wakindiki, is very clear about where we are going. Myself, as the DVC in charge of research, innovation, and outreach, I am very clear about where we are going. And we want the universities to make a meaningful contribution to Kenya Vision 2030, to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and also to Africa Agenda 2063. So we are very, very happy, PS. Thank you for honoring our invitation. We know how busy you are. The last time we were talking, you were out of the country. You came back, you went into other meetings. Even this morning, we had to request you, and you got out of a meeting, a very, very high-level meeting. Allow me to introduce our PS, who is our chief guest. I've known the PS for the last 35 years. We were in high school together, young people, we played together, we went to the swimming pool together, we sang in the choir together, and so we know each other at that level. And when his name came up to be invited, it was very easy for me to pitch for that so that he can be here. A very thoughtful man, a wise man, one of the best lawyers that we have in this country, our PS. Please give him a clap. He has written a book which he signed. I'm still reading that book, our PS. And PS is somebody approachable, full of wisdom, a man of God. And therefore, I want to join the university management and the Vice Chancellor in congratulating you on your appointment, initially in the Ministry of Labor, and now you are the PS in Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs. KCA University has a campus in the beautiful lakeside city of Kisumu, our western campus, and it sits right in front of Lake Victoria. In another fora, we will have a conversation on how we can make use of that resource in our western campus. With those many remarks, to be honest, let us put our hands together as we welcome our chief guest to address the conversation.
Thank you very much, Professor Nywera. I think it's good to be back here in KCA. And I will reveal why. But first and foremost, let me say that I'm highly honored to be your guest this morning. Secondly, I want to sincerely apologize for coming late. As you know, in this administration, it is not our practice to come late. If you go late, you'll be locked out. But I told Professor Nywera I was going to do my best to make sure that I'm here so that I can have the opportunity to interact with you, the faculty, and the students of KCA University. Before I read my remarks, let me introduce myself properly. My name is Kaituko Geoffrey Eyanai. And Onywera and I were classmates. So that is why he has betrayed our age. That we've known each other for the last 35 years. We went to school in Moi High School, Kabarak. That is where we met in Form 1, and we finished Form 4. He chose the path of academia. I chose the path of public service. And I'll tell you what somebody said who went to school in Starehe, that he was introducing me to someone else, and he said, this man is part of the Kabarak mafia that is taking over this country. I don't know whether Professor Nywera will agree with that, but the truth is that a lot of the Kabarak people are now found across government, in academia. And also part of my motivation to come was the fact that he transferred. And I also want to congratulate him for joining KCA. I had visited him when he was in KU, and we shared a lot of things together. And so I'm delighted to be here. Secondly, the law degree that Professor Nywera is talking about, I acquired it through this university. For 4 years, I was a University of South Africa student here, UNISA, between 2009 and 2012. And I was a student like you, though slightly older. because I had gotten other degrees in Kenya and in the US. And so this was my campus. I can still recognize many structures here, except with time there are many people who have since gone elsewhere who are also in the staff, the teaching staff, the non-teaching staff. I also got to use the library. And I'll tell you that without that law degree, I'll probably not have gotten the kind of opportunities which I've had in life, including being a principal secretary of the Republic of Kenya. Again, in the year 2013, upon election as the first speaker of Turkana County, which happens to be my home county, I got to interact with Emily Kerubo. Emily introduced me to Professor Midamba, and we were working together on introducing oil and gas courses because of the discovery of oil, or the oil find, which is in Turkana. And KCA, you know, was among the first universities to recognize that opportunity. Reason being, Kenya doesn't have many people who are skilled with the kind of skills that are needed for the oil and gas sector or the extractives. And I think KCA had even gone ahead to procure the experts from the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. But I think after some time, I left the assembly and we were not able to revisit that conversation. So therefore, Professor Nywera, I am happy to be back to this university, which I consider to be also my home and my school. I have a written speech. With your permission, you'll allow me to proceed to read the written remarks. This is a different speech from the speech I was going to read initially. Because when I was first approached, I was a PS for the Ministry of Labor and Skills Development. And you know, labor and skills development is basically what you're doing today here. Creating interface between academia and the industry, ensuring that we bridge the skills mismatch that is currently there, where we train many young people, but they are unable to get jobs in our economy, recognizing also the fact that skills, and in particular practical skills that people have, are actually the currencies of the modern labor market. Now, with my recent transfer to the Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy, and Maritime Affairs, I certainly had to change the speech that I was going to share with you. And I'm delighted to know that, in fact, KCA again is leading from the front because of the fact that now you have a campus in Lake Victoria. And therefore that you'll be training people in skills that are needed in the maritime sector. Yeah, so let me read this particular speech. Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Vincent Onywera, the staff of KCA University, innovators, researchers, development partners, the dynamic youth of today, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good afternoon. It is an honor to join you here today to be part of this year's KCA University's Innovation Week and Industry Summit. This gathering presents an opportunity for exploring the vibrant potential of a sector beaming with creative and youthful minds and also a sector brimming with unlimited opportunities and possibilities. From the onset, let me express my optimism that we will all experience a fruitful week ahead, which will unravel opportunities for empowering young researchers, members of academia, and innovators in this particular sector. Ladies and gentlemen, our country is blessed with rich natural resources, both on land and at sea, and which transcend cultural and territorial boundaries. These resources have immense socio-cultural and economic value, with the potential to generate wealth, support livelihoods, and create employment for our people. Oceans, which cover 2/3 of Earth's surface, provide livelihoods, food, oxygen, and climate mitigation. They are also central to driving economic growth. The blue economy is a significant global economic sector which is worth $1.6 trillion US. And the value of the maritime sector assets in the Western Indian Ocean region alone is currently estimated at $333.8 billion US. By 2030, the blue economy is projected to double its current output, thus amplifying its significance on the global economy. The blue economy presents a global opportunity for the sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth. It has emerged as a sector full of untapped potential for promoting sustainable economic development, whilst simultaneously ensuring environmental conservation through the protection of the oceans. It is crucial in increasing employment opportunities, fostering innovation, and promoting investments. Additionally, the blue economy helps reduce land resource pressures and supports climate change mitigation, thus leading to significant economic and social development. Maybe in simple terms, let me say, you cannot grab the sea the way you grab land. And also, you don't experience drought at sea. And you don't plant. The fish are always found in abundance. And you don't have to wait. You just need to go with your fishing gear and harvest. It is in recognition of this that the government formed the Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs with the mandate to manage and develop this critical resource. In an effort to harness the potential of the blue economy, the government of Kenya hosted the Africa Sustainable Blue Economy Conference in November 2018 here in Nairobi. The government of Kenya and Portugal also co-hosted the 2022 United Nations Oceans Conference. This further demonstrated our commitment to this sector. One of the outcomes of the Africa Sustainable Blue Economy Conference of 2018 was the African Union Blue Economy Strategy for 2019. This strategy has identified 5 thematic focus areas, namely 1, fisheries, aquaculture, conservation, and sustainable aquatic ecosystems. That is marine fisheries. Number 2 is shipping, transportation, trade, ports, maritime security, safety, and enforcement. Number 3 is coastal and maritime tourism, climate change, resilience, environment, and infrastructure. Number 4 is sustainable energy and mineral resources and innovative industries. I think this is what we intend to do in Lamu in terms of green energy. And number 5, policies, institutions, and governance, job creation and poverty eradication, and innovative financing. Maybe ISPAC is going to help us here, Madam Director. And I acknowledge the role that you play in public budget making. On its part, the Ministry of Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs has put in place several initiatives aimed at transforming the sector and maximize its opportunities. Key among these are: 1, establishment of a center of excellence in training, research, and skills development for Kenya's blue economy. 2 is strengthening the institutional framework for the blue economy. 3 is establishment of the Blue Economy Implementation Committee. 4 is review of key policies in the sector and the ongoing development of the National Blue Economy Strategy. 5 is Blue Economy Sector Assessment. 6 is enhancing the financial capacity of the sector. Ladies and gentlemen, having given you that background, I note the theme of this Innovation Week and Industry Summit as leveraging on academia industry linkages to foster sustainable innovations. Innovation, which is the ability to conceive, develop, deliver, and scale new products, services, processes, and business models, is at the heart of the blue economy. It is about daring to think differently, to dream bigger, and to push the boundaries of what is possible, creating experiences that captivate and inspire. I am particularly glad to note that this Innovation Week and Industry Summit primarily targets the youth, who are the primary drivers of innovation. Your enthusiasm, passion, courage, and ability to take the risks and to do whatever it takes to make a difference in the world is something we all need to harness and celebrate. Allow me at this juncture to briefly describe the 3 ways technology is driving innovation and the development of new businesses in the blue economy. The first one is aquaculture innovation. Aquaculture, that is the farming of aquatic organisms, is undergoing a technological transformation. Smart aquaculture systems employ sensors, data analytics, and automation to monitor water quality, optimize feeding, and reduce environmental impacts. Such innovations are increasing productivity and sustainability in the seafood industry. The second is ocean energy. The development of ocean energy technologies, such as wave and tidal energy, is gaining momentum across the globe. Advanced sensors and remote monitoring systems are being used to harness the power of ocean currents, providing clean and renewable energy sources while reducing carbon emissions. The third is maritime logistics. Technology-driven solutions are enhancing maritime logistics and shipping operations. Autonomous vessels, blockchain-based and supply chain management, together with real-time tracking systems, are revolutionizing the movements of goods, reducing costs, and minimizing environmental footprints. All these areas provide tremendous opportunities for youth, especially in terms of jobs and businesses. I wish to challenge all of you to expand your outlooks and venture in this sector in order to realize its benefits. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll agree with me that collaboration between academia and industry has been a challenge in most of the sectors, not only in Kenya, but in most of the countries, both developed and developing. The collaboration gap in the developing countries is much higher as compared to the developed countries. To minimize these gaps, it is important to provide an ecosystem that fosters collaboration between the government, institutions of higher learning, and the private sector. Such collaboration is more so important in developing a sustainable blue economy. And so I'm happy with KCA University that it's bridging this gap that has been existing between academia or the universities on one hand and the private sector on the other hand. You need to clap for yourselves. This collaboration can facilitate recruitment of key relevant technical staff in the sector, joint resource mobilization, practical training, capacity building, and new business development. It can also contribute to the strengthening of environmental research, technological development, policy proposals, ISO standardization of core environmental technologies, technical guidance, distribution and commercialization of technology, and international networking. I wish to urge KCA University and all the other universities and colleges to develop clear frameworks for supporting students to come up with ideas and support them throughout the innovation process in order to create impact. It is important for your institutions to put in place funds for supporting these innovative ideas and develop a clear strategy for their commercialization. We must move now beyond the publication of research findings and move towards bringing innovative ideas to life. Of course, you know what I mean. In the university, in academia, there is a lot of emphasis on publication of our research findings. That the more you're published, the more recognized you are. That is all fine. But we need to link the research findings with the industry. We need to get them implemented. And that is something that we need to do together as government, academia, and the private sector. Students and researchers should have an opportunity to come up with ideas that the industries and the private sector can uptake. On its part, industry can provide the seed funds to develop different prototypes and provide opportunities for innovators to test their ideas. Universities must be creative to come up with innovation that can address existing challenges in the sector and create employment. In this regard, industry experts will have an opportunity to train and share experience with university students and academia. These projects must be relevant to the needs of society, be it in the private sector, in government, and in communities, thus creating potential for upscaling them into viable businesses. The government, in particular, the State Department for Shipping and Maritime Affairs, supports and promotes public-private partnerships for ocean climate initiatives. This State Department is keen to see strong collaboration and new innovations to address problems facing the sector and establish enterprises that employ more Kenyans, especially youth and women. Maybe for your information, there is something called Women in Maritime, because for a long time, the maritime sector by nature was dominated by men. And so in the recent years, we have, as a ministry, supported the Women in Maritime initiative to encourage as many females as possible to get into this sector. And of course, for the youth, our flagship is Bandari Maritime College or Academy that trains those who want to go into the sea. And today, what we are doing also, if you're trained in another field and you want to join the maritime sector, there's a way we get you to convert. You don't need to stay for long in the program. There's a program for converting skills, okay, so that you are enabled to work at sea or aboard the vessels that are actually doing the rounds across the world. You know, 90%, what most people don't understand is that 90% of international trade is seaborne. It is facilitated by ships. To simplify that, the vehicle you're driving, Professor, how did it come here? All right. The fuel, the petroleum products, how do they come to Kenya? They are transported by ship, isn't it? Okay. All the things we import, they come through the ships that are docked in Mombasa and lately also in Lamu. So this is the next frontier if you're thinking of the future. Because not only Kenya, but many nations of the world are encouraging the young people to get into careers which allow them to work within the maritime sector. And that's a conversation we can facilitate together with the university. And I want to welcome Professor, your interest in working with us, especially the Kisumu campus. We can see how we can collaborate so that those who are interested and are found within that campus, we can be able to assess and certify them. So, blue economy, as they say, is the next frontier of our economic development. If you forgot everything else that I said, probably that is the most important thing you just need to remember. And it is an open field, full of possibilities. Finally, we must all remember that blue economy is a multi-stakeholder sector. It will not go far if that collaboration is not strong, sustainable, and inclusive, leaving no one behind and isolating some of the key stakeholders. I personally commit to strengthening our collaboration. I've just spoken to that in order to realize the immense potential that this sector possesses. May this Innovation Week be a catalyst for the transformation that we seek as a country. May God bless you all. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much. Let me finish by saying that you have an opportunity of a lifetime as young people to chart a path that your parents and those of us who are older did not have. The world is your oyster. Whatever you want to do in this life, I'll tell you, it is possible. You live in the age of abundance. All you just need to do is to open your eyes and see the opportunities that are before you. I'm just from a meeting that Professor was talking about, where we were being challenged on doing a business case for one of our sectors. And if you're innovative, you will see that there are a lot of opportunities in all the sectors, not just the maritime sector. But we should be able to be available when needed for you to tap into those opportunities. And therefore my challenge to you, our young people today, is that embrace the opportunities that are in front of you. Most of the times people complain that we have high unemployment. Yes, indeed, the unemployment is very high. But the unemployment is for those who are not innovative enough, those who are not creative. The creative ones do not wait for blue-collar jobs, or for white-collar jobs. In the Ministry of Labor, the statistics that we had is that our workforce is about 19 million. Only 3 million are employed in the formal sector. Meaning that 16 million are people who are found in the informal sector. Whether they are micro, whether they are small or medium enterprises, all those are Kenyans who are raking out a living from being in the Jua Kali sector. The way we are socialized in this country, because we are a typical English colony, and the king is even around, is that in the English colonies, we were being trained for white-collar jobs like being lawyers, political scientists, you know, managers, accountants. Contrast that with the French colonies. I was in Abuja 2 months ago for a sub-Saharan conference on skills. And what we realized is that the Francophone African-speaking nations are well ahead in the area of innovation and creativity. We are doing catch-up as Anglophone countries. Reason being, we have been socialized. We have been conditioned from the time we were children towards seeking formal employment. But as the numbers from KNBS show, the formal employment opportunities are not there. Every year, according to the estimate, we graduate 900,000 or thereabouts. Young Kenyans from different institutions, especially universities, colleges, and therefore they get into the job market. And only about 150,000 are able to be absorbed by the formal sector. What does that mean? It means that about 700,000, 750 will have to fend for themselves. That is the reality that we live in. But those who are creative, those who are innovative, those who are able to work, those who are able to see opportunities that are available will not even take time to look for the formal employment. It would be good if you got employed formally, but you know, this being earth, and earth being what it is, you have to find a way of fending for yourself. And the way you do that is by utilizing your skills. And all of you here have different skill sets. When I finished university, I went to look for a job. And I was told, sasa umetoka university, sasa tukupatia kazi gani? And I told him, ile kazi iko nitafanya. So I was told to paint. That was my first job. And I did the painting. I remember the arts and craft professor, the things we did in high school. What professor has not told you is that we did some of the practical subjects in high school. It is just that now he's a professor and I'm a PS. But at some point we worked with our own hands until a point when we were now able to transition into formal employment. And so my message to you this afternoon, my dear brothers and sisters, is that opportunities are there. If you are innovative, if you are creative, and if you do not discriminate. I really want to disabuse this notion that immediately you get out of KCA, you'll be having a job waiting for you. There is no job waiting for you, but there is work. And you can make a livelihood out of whatever skill you have. And this also brings me to another very important thing, that we live in an era where the economy that we have is really very dynamic. You may have specialized in one area, in one discipline, but then when you get to the job market, you will realize that your skills are obsolete. You will need to update them. Okay? How many people are in the ICT program? All right. Okay, even accounting. How many are in accounting? You know, I'll tell you, I am not an accountant, but I'll tell you as an accounting officer, the director will also tell you the standards are changing every day. And with the change in standards, in norms, in practices, You, whether you are in ICT, whether you are in law, whether you are in accounting, or in maritime sector-related field, engineering, you will need to be constantly updating yourself. And so in today's labor market, if you have to be remain relevant, to be relevant and remain relevant for that matter, you will need to embrace lifelong learning. This is something that is strange to many Kenyans. I don't know whether that culture is still alive in this country. When we were finishing school, we burnt our books. That was very stupid of us. What you'll realize, you'll burn those books, but you'll get other books. You will need other books. Hata professor hapa atakwambia hata yeye lazima asome kila siku. You will need to update yourself regularly, your skill set, your mindset, for you to remain relevant in the labor market. Finally, because of the phenomenon of aging populations in the West, that is Western Europe, North America, Australia, Japan also, which is in the Far East, those countries no longer have the kind of workforce which can sustain their economies. Because the workforce has aged. Women are no longer giving birth to many children. So where are they looking up to? They are looking to Africa. Because here in Africa, and in Kenya in particular, let me speak of my country, Kenya, our youth are over 60%, 65% sometimes of the demographic. Isn't that true? That's not the case in those other countries. When I was in the Ministry of Labor, part of my assignment was to encourage labor migration, to seek opportunities in other countries for young people, young Kenyans, who are desirous of going to those countries. And we succeeded in negotiating with Germany. My last assignment was in Austria, Canada, of course the US, the UK. Those countries, all of them have this problem. They need people to go and work there. And so we came up with a global labor market strategy for Kenya, so that we get to position our young people to take advantage of opportunities that are available in those countries. And equally within the African continent. What I haven't told you is that the Kenyan professional is well respected across Africa. Whether you go to Nigeria, Sierra Leone, South Africa, Congo, Rwanda, you find that the Kenyan professionals are the ones that run some of those economies. Or they have been contracted to work in those countries because Kenyans are considered to be among the best. Thank you very much. And so therefore, my message to you is this. As you go out, you have an opportunity of working here at home with your skill set. But if you don't get an opportunity here, please consider those other countries, because we've been opening doors for Kenyans. We've succeeded in opening doors in others. And all this information is available if you go to the Ministry of Labor website, Foreign and Diaspora, National Employment Authority. We are putting that information there. That's the work I did for the better part of my time in the Ministry of Labor. Because we realized that with this unemployment youth bulge in Kenya, this economy as it is may not be able to absorb. And it isn't even absorbing many young people. And so therefore, because those countries need skilled people, And they tell us Kenyans are the best. They are not only very knowledgeable, but they speak very good English. Then we said as a country, let us ride on that. We have BPO jobs where you can work remotely. You're here in Nairobi, but you're working for a company in the US. That is something that we've been pursuing with the Ministry of ICT and Digital Economy. So, as I mentioned, the world is your oyster. If you are creative, if you are innovative, if you are able to open your eyes, and if you do not discriminate, you should be able to do very well. With those many remarks, I really want to thank you for listening. As Professor said, I am a published author. I want to donate some of my books to the institution. The title of the book is Getting Things Done. This is my leadership philosophy. I just don't believe that you can occupy space as a leader and you're doing nothing. So this book is my story. It contains insights that I've acquired over time in the course of my leadership journey. And I think those who have read it, they all tell me it is an interesting read. So I'll donate to the school. I'll give them these copies to Professor Nywera so that when you get time, you can go and read. I used to read in that library. And I have mentioned it in this book, somewhere, Professor. There's where I've mentioned my studies here. So that those who think I didn't go to school or I didn't come to KCA, I have a testimony. Professor Nywera here has been a very brilliant gentleman from high school. Hakuwa tu mtu wa kuzembea. You can read this paragraph in 209.
So, in 209, I re-enrolled for my law degree, LLB, at the University of South Africa, UNISA. I had initially registered with them in 2002 through their teaching center at the world-class KCA University.
So therefore, it's a great honor for me really to give to the university these books.
Asante sana.
Professor alinunua yake. He promoted me. Yes. Asanteni kwa kunisikiza. Mungu awabariki.
Thank you. And before you leave the stage, kindly before you leave the stage, on a PS, we also want to appreciate you. Thank you very much for the words of wisdom we've been able to hear from you. And I want to believe that our students have benefited. If you can remember something, even as our PS signs, you'll realize the PS has just given you a job offers. That if we cannot get an opportunity here, then through his work at the Ministry of Labor, they have negotiated deals with the foreign diaspora, Ministry of Labor, and that is good. Don't you think so? Let us clap for him for that. Beautiful, and thank you very much. Professor, I picked a challenge, and I know you are listening. And allow me mention it because I think it's also important. The PS mentioned that now, as an academic institution, we must move from just publication of findings, but to make every publication and research innovative, so that we can be able to come up with products out of that. Thank you very much, thank you very much. And now our KCA University way, we also want to appreciate you. PS, we love you, and thank you for accepting to come. And in similar fashion, you have gifted KCA University with those books, which will transcend many years. We also have a way. So Professor Vincent Onywera, you have a moment to gift the PS so that as he goes home, he can also carry more and more KCA brand. You have the moment. Thank you. Director Tinderet, kindly. And allow me ask Mr. Chacha, you can join on the other end kindly so that that one is taken. All right. Kindly take that photo. Thank you very much, thank you very much. I think we end it there, and now you can fall back. And as that one happens, ladies and gentlemen, we are on with our program today. Now we are going for a very interesting session. But at that time, the PS will step out together with our partners. They'll be going around to be able to see the innovation items we have around. But in the meantime, allow me welcome the next program ahead of us, which is a panel discussion. Our students, do not move because this is very important to you. One of you asked a question that how can we be able to access partners who can finance our innovative ideas? This is the moment. And I know this is the moment that the students, together with faculty members, have been looking for. And so I want to urge you that you remain inside, because we are welcoming our panelists from the Youth Enterprise Development Fund. And one key theme of discussion we are going to have is how we can have a financing model, so that when you have that good idea, that innovative idea, how will you ensure that it is properly financed? So now we have a moment to understand the financing model of entrepreneurship ideas and the innovative ideas that we are going to generate as students, as faculty members, and as KCA University community. For this reason, ladies and gentlemen, our panelists are ready and here with us. And so in a moment, I will be able to invite them on stage. I expected to have 4 seats. Four. I have 4 names. Please, I need 4 seats. Thank you. I'm well guided. Very well. I now take the opportunity to welcome our panelists. This is the program where we are going to have a discussion. They are going to break it down on how we can finance our businesses and innovative ideas. A team from Youth Enterprise Development Fund, and so allow me to take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Daniel Madenge, who is going to unpack how we are going to do it. Kindly take the stage. Mr. Daniel, let us appreciate him. And please clap until he takes his seat. Clap until he takes his seat. Until he takes his seat. Thank you, sir, for coming. We are humbled to have you around. Next panelist will be having Mr. Julius Ireri, from the same institution, Youth Enterprise Development Fund. Clap until he sits down. Clap until he takes his seat. This panel discussion will be moderated by one of our own, and so I take an opportunity to welcome and invite CPA Dominic Ojwang, who will be leading us in this. Please take your seat. Clap until he takes his seat. Thank you. Thank you, CPA, for
Our interventions in Kenya are in three levels. We've got national interventions. This is where we think through our policy environment, our tracking of the national performance, and so on and so forth. And then we've got institutional interventions. And this is where we try to think about how do we make this institution called University of Kabianga a key player of the national innovation system. Can it be even better?
This is the best time for us to start asking ourselves, what will the university of the future look like?
One of the key strategies is to ensure that universities start
we highly recognize you. Ladies and gentlemen, now allow me hand over to CPA Ojwang, who will carry on from here. CPA, over to you.
Thank you very much, the MCA and audience. Good afternoon. How are you feeling now? This is a nice time because I think that we've had ideas and we got opportunity to have great minds joining us at the university. These are the practical guys that are doing it at the Youth Enterprise Development Fund. And I guess that 90% of the audience here, nearly 100%, are youth, and they have great ideas. They've thought through some of these ideas. There are different stages of development. In fact, when I had a discussion with them, they told me that the incubation period for ideas, according to World Bank, is about 18 months. So we have ideas at different stages, and the Youth Enterprise Development Fund is a great team that has got a lot of experience in supporting from end to end great ideas to commercialization. And so please join me once again in appreciating them for coming. Thank you very much. Thank you. I will give them opportunity to introduce themselves, starting with Madenge and then followed by Ireri in that order. And also talk about Youth Enterprise Development Fund, what you've done, your experience, at least at that level.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. As you've been told, my name is Daniel Madenge. I work for the Youth Enterprise Development Fund. I am in charge of a department called Commercial Infrastructure, which simply deals with the acquisition of space where young people can be able to do business. And this is a field I've been for the last more than a decade, and I'm delighted to be here, and I'm very happy to be part of this panel as we engage each other to see how best we can be able to finance your ideas and move them to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madeng. And now we have Bwana Ireri.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good. My name is Ireri Julius. I work for Youth Enterprise Development Fund, capacity building and training. Let me just introduce what is Youth Fund. I would say it's a state corporation that was established in 2007, and it was meant to address some of the challenges that face young Kenyans. Thank you.
Thank you for that brief introduction. I guess we need to begin this conversation because it's a pathway from coming up with the idea to finally commercialize that idea, getting returns coming out of it. So I would love to have that discussion in that pathway, in that journey. And so I would first ask Bwana Madenge to just share experience around coming up with ideas, refining ideas, getting funders along the path, and all that kind of introductory stage, so that our audience here can appreciate the journey of innovation in a practical way. Thank you.
Well, from the onset of the Youth Enterprise Development Fund, when it was established in 2007, the then government was quite aware that young people are quite innovative. Some of the ground-shaking ideas that come from this country, and I am talking from experience because I interact a lot with institutions of higher learning, universities, technical institutions, and other institutions around the country. This weekend I was in Karatina. That other week we were in Pwani Innovation Week. The innovations can sort quite a number of problems, but beyond that, they can also act as a way of employment, therefore sorting some of the problems that we have in this country. But you always find that somehow, through the various stages of ideation, where you come up with an idea, which is of course is an idea in your head, then you go ahead and have it come up with a prototype. What we've noted is that most of the ideas get lost between the ideation and prototype. You know, you have an idea, come up with a prototype. For some reasons, which we shall discuss here, the idea gets lost, and probably we've even seen instances where people who had some very great ideas that we interacted with in some of these forums going into seeking for jobs. And we have noted the reason why those ideas get along the way is purely because of financing, such that your brilliant idea, that good idea gets lost along the way because you don't have someone who can be able to finance you. And we also have solutions for that. Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed. And so really you need to come into the whole idea of financing, and I think it's one big challenge. You know, a number of startups fail because they have great ideas, but now where is the funding? And how is Youth Enterprise Development Fund coming in as intervention for this?
Thank you. Yes, as I said, that Youth Fund was created to address some of the challenges that were being faced by the young people. And one of them, of course, is the lack of access to credit or maybe access to financing. So as a Youth Fund, we came up with different products to ensure that at least we are in a position to finance some of the business ideas that the young Kenyans have or the youth have. And also we have come up with different products maybe that really suit different industries as the young, which are being pursued. In terms of financing, I would say that we have two models. The first model is where maybe you come as an individual, and the second model is where you come as a group. Let me start with the individual model. The individual model is maybe where you, as a young Kenyan, you have a business, or maybe you have an idea, you come to us. If for the case of the business, then we are able to analyze, maybe in terms, if you have already started the business, we are able to analyze how your business has been performing for the last 6 months, and from there we are able to tell how much maybe we can be able to give you. I know young Kenyans will always, young people will always come and maybe with very ambitious amount of money that they require, but we are able to match what they are requesting for against maybe what they can qualify, that in terms of the business, in terms of the output. Now, just in case someone has an idea, I know that has been an issue all through, maybe especially where we talk about the startups. Yes, we are able to do startups, to finance startups, but the approach that we take for the startups is whereby maybe you are maybe like, let's say for example, you're a teacher and you have identified a talent or maybe a business that you would like to engage in. We look at maybe your salary, we'll be able to see how much you can be able to commit towards that. Then we'll advance you that amount of money that is, maybe that can be able to jumpstart your project. The other option is maybe if you have another business, or you have been doing other business and you have come, we are able to analyze that other business and we give you now the money to do these other startups that you're interested in. If we are not in a position to finance you, maybe just in case of innovation, we can be able to link you. That is the Dr. Daniel Madenge will be able to link you just in case of innovation, and he'll work with you. He'll link you with relevant stakeholders that are able to finance your concept. For group loans, we have different groups. That ranges from 50,000 to tune of 1 million. And that means that if you are a group of people who have come together and you have a common business that you are pursuing together, you come, we are able to sit down with you, and we'll be able to advance you amount that will jumpstart your project. Then the third option that we have is maybe to take care of those young Kenyans who are doing access to government procurement opportunity, who are taking advantage of the affirmative action that about the procurement. We realize that we're able to finance young Kenyans who have come up with LPOs or maybe service owners from government institutions and even from the private institutions. You come to us, we'll be able to advance you and you'll be able to supply. That is our models of facilitating financing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So we are at financing, and I think most of the students here, they would want to think about: do I need to have anything like assets so that they can be collateral something, or I just can get money? The idea can just be financed.
Thank you. I just talked briefly about the financing. When it comes now to the details, that one now it depends with the individual. But we don't, there are those loans category, financing category that we don't ask for security, and also depending on the amount. For sure, if you come and you tell us maybe like you need 100,000, we don't ask you for any security. But if maybe we want like maybe 1 million or so, and you have an LPO, we'll tell you that maybe you have to give us something small that we can, with something to hold just like a security and be able to advance you. So in this case, what I mean is it's all based on individual and what kind of amount of money that you are looking for. We are in process of also ensuring that we are able to come up with a product that really suits the student. And even within our existing product, trust me, we have a number of students who have managed to enjoy our product because our product don't necessarily don't require you to have security for you to access them. That is in terms of financing. Let me just give you an example. We have had students from Kenyatta University who took advantage of the 30% access to government procurement opportunities. And when they accessed, they were given those contracts to supply. Some of them were given to supply books, some of them were given to supply laptops and what have you, and they did not have maybe any financial institution that they can turn to. Those students came to us and we were able to help them. We have had even a group of students from Machakos University who also managed to get a few contracts within the institution. And when they got those contracts, they came to us and we were able to finance them without requesting them for any security. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Daniel, you could just extend a little bit this idea around group financing. So students or innovators form themselves into group. What is your experience like? Because when now they form themselves into group, they may not necessarily bring collateral. Some can, some cannot have collateral. And so you've got to finance them. What sort of plans have you used to support these kind of students? And also, you notice at the university, we teach a lot of business planning. So the students will come with the idea will be refined, they will do the prototype, then we ask them, okay, what's the plan like? Now, how do financing fit into that arrangement?
When you come to financing ideas, it's a different ball game altogether. Because if, for example, you come up with an idea within the precinct of this institution, and you walk into any bank, they'll most likely ask you for your bank statement, some bit of collateral, which you may not be able to have. In any case, at the level at which you have the prototype, it might not really have been so much refined that it can go into the market. And this is where the youth fund comes in, that before we even think of giving you money, we want to look at the idea that you have and see how we can have it refined so that it can be able to compete with other world products. So our the financing bit is comes later in the day after you made sure that your product is quite competitive and it can go into the market. And how do we do that? Currently, we are assembling a list of a panel of experts in standard, quality, engineering, fabrication, technovations, patent registration, trademarks, and all that. So that when you come with an idea, before you even look at how it needs to be financed, we make sure that your idea is protected. Number two, the idea does not die at the prototype stage, but we are able to look at it to see that it's quite good. I'm not sure if you go to most of the supermarket, and that's an example that I like giving, you know that even the tables that are there, most of them are not even Kenyan. You can walk into any of the supermarket and go to areas where such items are sold. The reason you find most of these, and we've also engaged them, and they have given us, the very big supermarket, we've been speaking to them, and they have given us reasons why they don't take most of our products. It's because their finishing is not up to, it's not world class. So we want to ensure that before we start speaking money, you have a product that can go into the market. And maybe I should also use this forum that beginning next year, the Youth Enterprise Development Fund shall be making available those panel of experts to these institutions so that those that are in the field of innovation, they can have free access to them so that they can go ahead and use them to ensure they have a product that is good and well refined. Don't we deserve a clap for that?
That's a nice one.
Now, on issues of funding, as my colleague has mentioned, we do funding to individuals and to groups. And I just want to confirm that last year we were here for a forum that is similar to this. And after that forum, the students that came from the institutions, and they formed themselves into groups. I think we received some 32 groups from this institution. Faith can confirm. We received some 32 groups from this institution that were to farm what we call the black soldier fly. Black soldier fly is an insect that feeds on protein, and it is then harvested to supplement animal feeds, so that instead of using omena, you use black soldier fly to supplement animal feeds. And we're moving on so well, but we haven't gotten to the level of financing. But I just want, this is one of the examples that we can be able to show to you that these forums, when we come out of this, did not come here out of, with note. If you take initiative, form yourself into groups, come to us, have a common objective, then you're able to look at that idea and see how we can fit it within our financing model. Now, some of the challenges that we face when it comes to group is group dynamics. Because sometimes you find a group that doesn't look at the idea, doesn't look at the objective, they see the money. So when you give them the 100,000 Kenya shillings that you start with, the group treasurer, the chair, and the secretary distribute the money amongst themselves, and sometimes they disappear. What they don't realize is that at some point they still need to interact with us, because wherever they go, they might be required to ask to get some clearances from us. So we experience those challenges when it comes to group funding, and of course sometimes when it comes to repayment, it might also be a challenge. However, that does not deter us from financing you. That does not deter us from looking at your ideas. That does not deter us from seeing how we can be able to put young people together and finance them even without collateral. And going forward, because this is a commitment that we are making to institutions, is that our effort to institutions of higher learning is going to be even more. You're going to be seeing a lot of us here until you get bored of us. You're going to be seeing a lot of forums here with us pursuing you, because we don't want you to come out with institutions. And then 10 years, 5 years down the line, you're asking yourself, as they are taking 100,000 Kenya shillings from the youth fund and started a business. So you're going to be seeing a lot of us here looking for innovation that we can fund, looking for ways in which you can go to lift those innovations from ideation to prototype and moving them to the market.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Back to Julius. We've really spent a bit of time talking about financing, but we are cognizant that that's not the only thing. One of the major challenges is around capacity and enterprise development, because we've got projects that have been funded very well, but along the journey, they are not able to hold together. And so we begin to point out that there's a possibility around capacity and enterprise development. How is Youth Enterprise Development Fund bridging that gap?
Thank you. Yes, we do capacity building and enterprise development support services. That is in terms of those young people who have started businesses and they may require some financial literacy. So we realize that maybe starting a business may not be an issue. Even maybe at times accessing a capital may not be an issue. And at times even may not even require, you may even start a business with your own savings, like maybe for the case of the student. And out of that, then there is what we call maybe a business growth. So basically, we have a department that is, we call it capacity building and enterprise development, that is mandated with the role of ensuring that we equip young people with the necessary skills when it comes to business management, opportunity identification, financial literacy, credit access, and maybe in terms of even maybe ways of diversifying in terms of, just in case your business has grown. You realize that maybe at times, the way people do business, they may not be able even to tell whether they are in profit making or maybe they are making losses. In terms, you cannot be able to identify maybe that growth path in terms of a business. And you realize that maybe some business have stagnated for maybe 2 or 3 years, but someone just thinks that is in business. So we come in and tell you that you need to be keeping books, good books of account. They may not be all that sort of sophisticated, but just simple books of account. That is maybe in terms of the sales and against the purchases. You are able to tell whether maybe you are doing profit, you are making profit or you are not making profit. Then we go an extra mile and ask you how much do you spend in how much do you spend in terms of the business. Then from there we are able to tell you how much you are able to make in terms of net profit. That way you are able to locate your growth path. Just in case now, when you feel that you need to expand and you're looking for financing, you will be able to now have a track record and say maybe during the month of January, you made 50,000. During the month of March, you made maybe 70,000. No, we are able to get an average, and from there, maybe we'll be able now to take you to the next level. Maybe we advance you. Otherwise, the business is not all about maybe giving money, because at times, business collapse due to lack of financial literacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Daniel.
And let me just say something, sorry, on that. Yeah. We are not only limited to maybe equipping with those skills that may relate to financial, to business management. We are able even to get skills that are technical based, maybe like those people who wanted to do rabbit keeping, do we call beekeeping, farming, all that we are able to train. And where we don't have a capacity, we are able to link you with the relevant stakeholders, government institutions and even private institutions that can be able to give you those skills. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Daniel, one of the other things where innovators have difficulties is in marketing. And so people ask, so what? Where is the market? Can I get the market? And because if you don't get the market, then you are not in business. But besides that, I would like you to link it with the idea about commercial spaces. One of the things which is happening today is that a number of innovators are moving to virtual spaces. Yet, when they're doing some sort of business plan, you find they're putting in spaces, I want to open a shop, or I do something, or a physical space. So how are we going to balance between these commercial spaces, and how are they shifting, and how are we helping as Youth Enterprise Development Fund to identify market opportunities, build linkages, and all these sort of things?
Well, I know most of you that are seated here that have heard of the Youth Enterprise Development Fund. The first thing that come into your mind is money. I'm almost sure that you are surprised that we offer other services apart from credit, or what we commonly globally refer to as lending. But surprisingly, at the fund, we don't actually, credit is an ancillary. It's a support service. We do other things that are key and critical towards the business support. We do a lot of things in business development services, and part of what Ojwang has mentioned is within the space of commercial infrastructure. If you remember quite well, for those that did the old system of education, and even now I think it's still being taught, there are several factors of production that you need to be able to engage into business. And I think there was land, capital, entrepreneurship, and there was another one. I can't remember the other one. So when the fund was being started, it was modeled along those requirements that you need to be able to start a business. And definitely, for you to be able to do business, you need land. You need space in which you can be able to do business. You cannot conduct business if you don't have space, be it physical or virtual. Especially now that you're young people, you're most aware that virtual business is playing a significant business impact when it comes to e-commerce. So the fund, we do all those. We facilitate young people to acquire space where they can be able to do business. On physical space, we talk to the county governments because they are in most of the cases they are the owners of spaces within where our young people are able to do business. So we talk to them. They give specific spaces where young people can be able to trade their merchandise, especially the physical merchandise. So if you sell wares like clothes, stationery, wares, electronics, we negotiate with the county government. They give us space within very strategic locations. We develop those spaces and we give them to you at a very subsidized rate. In this case, we've done this in Nakuru. We have 150 modern market structures that are based in very strategic locations, and their fees are half. So we do a market analysis. If the rent is 7,000, Youth Fund will most likely charge you 3,000 instead of the 7,000. Just make sure that you're able to do business without having to pay deposit, rent, and all that. We just charge rent, and from there you're able to facilitate it to do business. And of course, now when you're operating that business within our structure, we're even now able to give you a loan, because we know when you have a space, you cannot run away when you have that space. The other space, which is virtual, and that's why we are actually here, is that most of you are aware that the very virtual space that you know are the global figures, like the Amazon, the Jumuia. Safaricom used to have Masoko. I don't hear a lot of it nowadays. So we are working towards having a platform, and we assume, or we want to believe, these solutions can be found within these kind of forums, within these innovation forums, innovation weeks, where young people can be able to come up with a Kenya Jumuia, with a Kenyan Masoko, with a Kenyan Amazon, and we're able to popularize it so that Kenyans, when they go online, they can have one of their own, made by their own, and the young people are able to make money. And that is within my spectrum. We've spotted a number of them within the institution, and our hope is that we're going to pick them up and push them to the national level, where Kenyan can be able to trade within that space. The third space that we look at is arable. Arable land is, of course, where young people can be able to do farming, be it mixed agriculture or one-item agriculture. The government is putting a keen interest in what we call the value chains, and it has identified a number of value chains in the country that it's putting its focus on. And one of those value chains is edible oil. When you go to the villages, most young people that want to engage into the field of agriculture are not able to do so because they do not own land. So we've spoken to a number of government. Last week I was in Trans Nzoia. We've spoken to the county government. Land has been made available to these people so that they can engage in the space of edible oil. So once you now have the land, we come in and give you the money so that you can engage into farming. And we managed to have 17,000 acres that we plan to put under edible oil in Trans Nzoia. That is, those are not stories. See stories are Jaba. That is something that is existing. If you go to Trans Nzoia, I think yesterday we received the groups that are going to be funding. And if you come from those counties that are engaging in edible oil, you can be a beneficiary of this project. In the first phase, we plan to sink up to 6 million Kenya shillings, but we are not even short of fund. So if you want to get into that space and you come from those localities of Trans Nzoia, Busia, and Homa Bay, will be more than, you have some land there that you can put into edible oil farming, like sunflower, simsim, groundnuts, would be more than willing to come in and support you into getting into that space. On matter, market and linkages, we are well aware that when you have a product, you need to push it to the market. And pushing, one of the biggest budget when it comes to business is the marketing budget. And we have an entire fully fledged department that deals with that. It deals with identifying products and linking them to the market. If you're a tomato farmer, if you're a producer of small products that require some linkages with the bigger market, this is a high time you look for us. Tell us what you have. We get market for you. So all these products are within the Youth Enterprise Development Fund. This is your fund. Come talk to us. We have all the solution to your problem. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, Daniel. In terms of the space of linkages, I didn't hear you talk about Kipi, Kirdi, those sort of partnerships. Are they there? Are you engaged with other guys in that space, so that as a country working together towards delivering in that mandate, on that mandate?
Well, we do note that as an institution, we are not the know-it-all. Even though we have the money and we have the expertise and the knowledge, we require other government entities so that we can bring them together, so that when we come here, we don't reinvent the wheel and we do not duplicate what the institutions are doing. For that reason, beginning of this month, we have engaged experts from a number of institutions. He's mentioned a number. He's mentioned Kirdi. He's mentioned Kipi. There are a number of others that I may not mention in this forum that we are bringing together to form experts in various fields that we shall make available for use in making sure that your products are able to reach the market. Your product before they reach the market are refined. Your product before they reach the market are known, they are well marketed, they are linked, and therefore you have what we call a seamless flow of idea and products and services as they hit the market. So that is a plan that I think, although I don't say it's still a plan under wraps, and come 2024, probably when you're having the next forum here, we shall make these experts available to you and to any other youth within the country that would want to make use of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Julius, we want to wind up this so that we allow the audience to join us in participating in this discussion. So, but I will give you 1 minute to just speak about labor export and how is Youth Enterprise Development Fund engaged in the whole idea about labor export.
Thank you. Yes, through our unit we call YESA program, that is Youth Employment Scheme Abroad. Youth Employment Scheme Abroad, we are able to facilitate labor export. And as PS just mentioned when he was giving his keynote, he said that he had managed to do that's negotiate for labor export, maybe in countries like Australia, Canada, Germany, UK, and what have you. I would say that we are key institution that facilitate labor export. That is in terms of getting opportunities for the young people, facilitating training, of course, because there is training that is required, and also facilitating travel and settlement on the other side. How do we do it? Before I go to how we do it, let me just say, previously we have been looking at the east, but this time around we are looking at the west. We have had maybe Saudi Arabia, we had Kuwait, we had Qatar and Dubai, but this time around we want also to focus on west, maybe where there are also there are also opportunities. And how do we do facilitate? One is that we realize that it's a costly affair for us to do, for someone to move and work abroad. So as a fund, we have started a product. We call it migration loan. So just in case you are there and you want to migrate, and you know for sure you don't have the requirement, that is maybe in terms of the cash that is required, because there are other expenses that are associated with the moving. That is maybe you require some passport, some good conduct, some air transport, visas and what have you, and all those things cost money. So we have a product we have started, we call it migration loan, that you come to us and you tell us that you have this opportunity, or maybe you are scouting for this opportunity and you would like to get our money so that you can be able to, we can be able to facilitate you with that. So you come to us and we'll be able to do that. Two is that there is what we call the pre-departure training. So as a fund, we are able to train you and do you what we call pre-departure training to enable you or to equip you with the necessary skills regarding that other particular country that you are moving as a migrant worker. And the other thing that we also do, the third one, is that we, just in case there is an issue, you realize that we act as a point of contact just in case you move on the other side and you are not able to settle. We are able to facilitate and ensure that at least you settle. And maybe just in case you want to come back, we have a program we call the integration program, such that just in case you have been on the other side and you have been saving money and you would like to come and reintegrate back to the society, we give you cash and you're able to move on with your life. How do you access some of this information? I would say we are on you can get this information on our social media platforms. We have Twitter, we have Facebook, WhatsApp, name them. And also we have emails. You can just email to us. That is at info@youthfund.go.ke and be able to revert back and give you guidance accordingly. Alternatively, you can pay a visit to our offices. We are based in all county headquarters and even sub-county headquarters. You realize that you'll be able to be assisted from there. And just in case you are within Nairobi, we are also based at Upper Hill. You can come to there at Upper Hill, next to Radisson Blue Hotel. That is where our headquarters are, and be able to assist you accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julius. I think that's good enough information for the audience. And now at this stage, I would ask the MC to support me so that we pick a few questions, and then we progress from there. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, our panelists. I think it has been.
Questions. So
It has
it
been.
is for him.
Yes.
It's for, if it is for Julius, or if it is for Daniel Madenge, so that
Very
we
well.
can deal with it.
Very well. I think you will guide us that. I will only lead us on how to get the questions, and then you'll target. Now we have an opportunity for Q&A. It has been good listening, but now it is a moment to interact. Who is coming first? Any question you'd want to ask to the panelists? Something you'd want cleared? I see a hand here. Very well. Another one? Can somebody else? Or maybe out of that question, another person will be able to. So please, you can rise up and ask the question as our moderator targets to who.
Hi, my name is Prudence Ibila, a health techpreneur. My question goes to Daniel. He talked about market. So the product that I have has already gotten market validation. So I was inquiring, so how much do I qualify to be funded so that my product can penetrate the market? That is basically it.
Very well. I hope the question is well taken. Another question? Yes, ask. Every question is important. Don't go back and ask your colleague, by the way, what did they say about ABCD? You have the moment here, even if you need clarification. All right. Aha, good. Let me pick this one.
My name is Gilbert Apollo. I'm pursuing BCom. I have a question to Julius. Julius, maybe if I have an idea, not basically an innovation, but a solution, a problem. Maybe I want to solve a certain solution. I have my business plan. Maybe will your experts charge me for reviewing the business plan, or is it free?
Okay. I hope the question has been well understood. If he has a solution to a problem, will your judges charge him? All right? Will your experts charge him for reviewing his business plan or model or something? Yes. Last one, then we get answers, then we can be able to pick another set.
I am Brilliant John, pursuing BCom Finance. So I have a question. So we find that most of the youth in the country, we have a lot of skills, and so how does the youth fund has a way that it can help the youth to monetize the skills that they have, or just you just come out here, everyone tells you just enda ufanye kazi, go and do a blue collar job, yet we have skills that can be monetized? Yes, that's my question.
Thank you. Over to you, moderator.
Yes, that's nice questions coming on. And I guess that Julius, you are ready for your case. So we can start with Madenge, so that then we go to Julius.
Well, there was a very interesting question on health techpreneur. She is asking whether we can fund her to penetrate the market. Because I don't have much information about the techpreneur, but from where I sit when I hear such words, techpreneur it's a health techpreneur. So possibilities are that this is someone who has innovation in the area of health, providing solutions in the area of health. To me, it sounds like it's an innovation. And as I said earlier, innovation sometimes they're very difficult to fund when you go through the conventional or traditional way of funding. And how you don't look at innovations is that let's have a sitting with you, we have a look at it, we do an assessment of your idea, we see at what level it is, what is required, do you really need money? Is it a solution that we can link you up with someone who can take it and start using immediately? what exactly is needed for you to be able to move that idea to the next level. So what I would encourage the lady who asked the question is that let's have a sit down, let's engage, let's see what options we can be able to put for you on the table, and then from there, once we are able, we come out clear, because each innovation is unique. We don't have a three-suit solution for all the ideas. So once we're able to sit down, we can be able to know which avenue you're going to take. Do you do the private equity? Do you do the angel equity? Do you do the angel financing? To be able to push your idea to the next level. So from where I sit, I don't want to assume that even though you're saying that you want to push it to the market, I think probably there are even better opportunities by you engaging us that can make your idea bigger, accelerate it further, and make it more receptive to the market. So let's engage after this to see how best we can go to assist you. On how whether we monetize the skills, yes, indeed we do that. We have a product called Talanta. I'm not sure most of you are aware of that, that if you have skills, if you have talent, you can actually approach us and we finance you based on that skill that you're good at. We have a product called the Talanta loan. Talanta is from the word talent. So we can actually just approach us, go to our website. We have very interesting product in that field that you can take advantage of. And I know my colleague will also give more information on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you get contact with Daniel shortly after this so that you can explore further conversation that line. And finally, we have Ireli responding to that question.
Yes, there is a gentleman who asked about maybe whether we would charge him for reviewing his business plan, maybe or the business proposal that he has. I would say if the resource person is found in-house, we cannot charge you anything. In fact, we are also expert in doing that. So if you feel for sure you need it reviewed, come to me. Don't even go to any other person. Just come to me. We'll have a chat. I'll give you an appointment when the 30 day that you can come. But just in case now, or for the purpose of for the plenary, maybe just in case that we are not able to get that resource person within the youth fund fraternity, we are able also to link you with our stakeholders, those people that we work so closely with, and they will also be able to assist you. There are those that maybe would require you to pay something, and there are those which do not require you to pay anything. Yes, at that, but I will leave it at that. But just in case you feel that you something that need to be done, don't shy away from approaching us. Yes.
Thank you very much. Now we're coming to an end, and I want to ask Daniel to have his parting shot.
Well, you know, when I'm given, I speak a lot in these kind of forums. I can say I'm widely traveled, well interacted, well appraised with people of your age. So when I'm given an opportunity to speak or to give my closing remarks, is that I ask myself, how would I do things differently if I was your age? You know, I was not born when I was this size. So you can see I'm quite big. There was a time I was also a small boy. And most of the opportunities that you see existing were not there during our time. Na kuna wimbo wa Kiswahili unasema ujana ni moshi. So before you realize you are 22 years old, then you're 20 years old, you see 30 is very far. Then you click 30, you see 40 is very far. Then you're 40, unasema, ala, I'm getting old and now at midlife. So even you, if you are 20, that is coming for you. By the way, if you are 30, 40 is not far from you. When you are 40, 60 just comes. So you have an opportunity and the government has given you immense opportunity. You'll be shocked that some of us don't even know that Youth Enterprise Development Fund does exist. If you have an idea, the best time to try out that idea is now. It's not tomorrow. Don't consult further. See how you can approach us. Let us engage. Big ideas have come from young people like you. If you don't engage, if you sit down with your idea and think you're going to implement it tomorrow, you might never implement it. I just want to advise you, as my younger self, the advice I would give myself is that if you have something, try it out. You'd rather fail 1,000 times other than sleep with an idea 1,000 days. So come, let us engage. If you need to put yourself into groups, get into groups, come to us, we shall finance you. If you're an individual and you don't have money and you want to implement an idea, show us at least by just going to the prototype stage. If it's something that interests us, we'll finance it. If you cannot finance it, we'll get you someone that you can work with. And even if we don't have at least got that, at least you'll have tried. So don't sit with an idea at this age. Age is catching up with you, or it will catch up with you. The best time to try your idea is now and not tomorrow. Thank you.
Indeed, it is now, not tomorrow. And finally, Julius, you can make your final submission, and you make it short and sweet so that we can have lunch.
Thank you. What I would say is that maybe we need to make our mind what is that we want to do. If you look at that seat where you are seated, someone thought about it. He put his ideas together and he came up with that seat. If you look at maybe that mobile phone that you are using, that was also made by someone. So even you, from where you sit, I believe you are able to come up with something. Just be creative, because you are at that stage that you can be creative, be innovative, because you have what it takes to be innovative, and you are able maybe to ensure that innovation is watertight, that it has all the prerequisites that it's required to be competitive in the market. So can you just sit down, think of that what you need to do, and you talk to us, and we'll be able to sort you out. Don't despise a humble beginning. I always say this, that if you look at that person who sells to you mahindi choma, sijui kama hapa kuna mtu akulangi mahindi choma. If you look at the amount of money that guy requires to start his business, for sure, it's less than 3,000. Si ni kweli? Kwani hapo kuna nini? Ni vile sasa nimealeta kwa ground kabisa. Tuache kufikiria mambo kubwa kwanza. If you look at that mahindi choma guy, and he has been there faithfully, and if you ask that person how much he makes in a day, you'll be shocked. Because that guy maybe sells to tune of 100 pieces of mahindi. And if the buying cost is 20 bob, and then he sells to you at 40 bob, you can imagine how much he's making in terms of profit. But if you look at maybe majority of the young people, what they keep on saying, that you don't have capital to start business. For sure, I believe even from your own saving, you can be able to save 3,000. I'm not saying that tuende tukachome mahindi, tafadhali, but I'm saying we need to start thinking small, then we keep on growing that idea, that concept that you have. Thank you.
Indeed, we need to start thinking in a small way. We start now, we've got the support. And do you agree with me? There's a lot of support. Everyone, the climate is better now. And I want to thank you on behalf of the university for coming. And it's been an exciting moment and a sharing moment with our students and the rest of the members of the audience. Thank you very much. Can we join and appreciate them? Thank you.
Thank you.
I hand over to you, MC, for the day.
Thank you so much, CP Ojuang, for leading that session. We appreciate. You may fall back now. And let us appreciate them as they come down, please. Very insightful, very insightful. I want to believe that through that session we have been able to benefit, and some of the questions that were asked, including in prior sessions, we have been able to receive answers. And so in a special way, our team from Youth Enterprise Development Fund, led by our two speakers, Bwana Madenge and Ireri, we appreciate you and thank you so much for honoring our request that you can come and share your knowledge for the benefit of KCA University community. Now, at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for just 30 minutes to take lunch. And then immediately after that, we are now coming for a more practical session where we will be showcasing all the innovation ideas, items we have today. And allow me just mention to you that the judges are already here. We have 3 judges who are part of what was going on here. And in the afternoon, in 30 minutes, we'll be able to unveil them to you so that now we can experience that which the students have already done. And so I want to welcome all the students. Please come and be able to appreciate that which fellow comrades have done and be able to also learn. And from that, I'm certain that you'll be able also to have an idea that you can be able to do. And also maybe in a future event, if you don't have today, in the 3rd Innovation Week and Industry Summit that will come next year, you become also somebody who will be able to showcase whatever you have been able to do. So ladies and gentlemen, up to this point, I want to appreciate all of us for the morning session. We will break for only 30 minutes, and by 2:40 p.m. all of us will be here and we'll be having all the items to be shown and the judges will take forth. So therefore at the moment, allow me call this to an end. Let us rise up. We have been sitting for far too long. Let us rise, appreciate ourselves. Thank you so much. I think we may utter a short prayer and then we can be able to break for lunch and come back by 2:40. Let us pray. We thank you, our Father, for allowing us have this morning session that has been enriching. Even as we break for short health break, we ask that you be with us. Bring us back again in 30 minutes now to experience the practical aspects of the innovation that we've been talking about all along since yesterday, to experience the good ideas, brilliant ideas that the students, the faculty, and this community have put together for betterment of life in this region. This is our prayer, that even as we separate, continue with us until evening, we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you and have nice lunch. We meet in 30 minutes.
Our interventions in Kenya are in 3 levels. We've got national interventions. This is where we think through our policy environment, our tracking of the national performance, and so on and so forth. And then we've got institutional interventions. And this is where we try to think about how do we make this institution called University of Kabianga a key player of the national innovation system. Can it be even better?
This is the best time for us to start asking ourselves, what will the university of the future look like?
One of the key strategies is to ensure that universities start ensuring they have alternative ways of supporting themselves in terms of not relying on government. That is to commercialize their research. That is one of the ways in which we are encouraging them. We are also encouraging them to use their idle assets, which they have at the university level. We are encouraging them to come up with investment vehicles so that they can be able to start businesses which can be able to bring alternative funding models for themselves.
For a long time, you find students have an idea of what they want to do, but they have nobody to hold their hand and show them this is how you develop your idea, this is how you commercialize your idea, this is how you make money out of your idea. So what we decided to do is build capacity of our faculty members first. And so once the faculty members have the know-how to help these students, then the students, it's like a light bulb moment. They're very, very keen.
We have developed quite a number of seeds, varieties for various regions of the country. Like now we have beans, varieties which are for short rain areas, what we can call literally semi-arid areas, and these are doing well, and they are in the market being sold through some of the seed companies.
This is just a way of getting to go to that direction of entrepreneurial institutions. We are still in the early stages, and that's why we are looking for partners who will walk the journey with us. Kenya Innovation Agency have been very, very supportive, the British Council.
Kenya is coming on board and is trying to put us together to really think through some of the issues that we have in our own policies, research policy, intellectual policy, now can be nicely mainstreamed and anchored at the national level.
The British Council is a strong supporter of the Kenya network of entrepreneurial institutions leaders because we believe in the importance of leaders in higher education sector driving the process of change within their institutions. We want to create an environment where young people can thrive and where both graduates as well as higher education institutions contribute, as I said earlier, to that ecosystem of entrepreneurship and innovation. We are proud of this partnership with Kenya, with the Kenya National Innovation Agency, and we hope that the network that's being established here today is going to become a driving force for change in the country moving forward.
Our interventions in Kenya are in 3 levels. We've got national interventions. This is where we think through our policy environment, our tracking of the national performance, and so on and so forth. And then we've got institutional interventions. And this is where we try to think about how do we make this institution called University of Kabianga a key player.
We are not from a very financially strong background, and I always wanted to do something more.
I was the first one among all my friends and my family who had achieved this prestigious scholarship.
This scholarship has already transformed my life. I'm just so excited to go back and see how best I can make an impact.
Women who have a degree in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, or a related subject and hail from South Asia, East Asia, and the Americas are invited by the British Council to apply for a life-transforming experience and receive a master's degree scholarship in their field of study at some of the most prestigious universities across the United Kingdom.
I was a person who had never studied anything abroad. I was a person who had never lived a life alone. Now I'm doing everything independently, so it means a lot to me.
I just love this country and love my university because my university is stunning. And my professors, everyone is so welcoming and so friendly and very supportive.
This year-long scholarship is fully funded, including travel costs, tuition fees, visa and health cover, and a stipend. If you speak English, can demonstrate the need for financial support, and are already active in your field of study or able to prove a dedicated interest, this is a golden opportunity for both your studies and life experiences alike.
I get the chance to socialize with my friends, not just around campus, but in the city center. There are a lot of pubs, restaurants, cafes.
I have friends from the UK, from Europe, from Africa, and we have parties together, meetings together, we have studies together, so I'm loving it.
The most I'm enjoying being in UK is the freedom.
If you have aspirations of making a difference in your home country and dream of inspiring future generations of women who wish to pursue a career in STEM, this scholarship will give you the education, tools, and confidence to make a truly positive impact.
My knowledge base has expanded significantly since being here. Every time I learn something new, I think about how this could be implemented in Jamaica to make the environment a better place for protection, preservation, and also sustainability.
Being a woman in STEM is something extremely empowering.
because it is a field that has been underrepresented by women from the early stages of this field. So it's extremely important that we keep contributing and that we know that our work will have a positive impact in the life of many in the future.
For this unique opportunity, the British Council wholeheartedly encourages you to apply for the scholarship campaign.
If you're passionate about a career in STEM and if you have a dream to study in the UK, take the challenge and go for it.
It prepares me for something bigger in the future, I can tell.
I would definitely back you and encourage you to go for it without having any fears and doubts in yourself. I know it seems a little bit intimidating, but trust me that everything is going to fall in place.
We are not from a very financially strong.
Hi, I'm Samson Muturi. I'm a third-year student pursuing software development at KCA University. I'll be exhibiting at the Innovation Week. My innovation is Avery, which is an autonomous vehicle that is supposed to use computer vision, TinyML, and edge computing to map out the floor area or the floor plan of whichever room that it's given. This is a base innovation for future applications such as vacuum cleaning, lawn mowing, and even military applications. Join me as we explore innovations that will change the world.
Hello, my name is Stella Kabura. I'm a student at KCA University, currently studying software development, and I'm in my 4th year of study. I chose KCA University based on what I was informed by former alumni students about KCA University. I learned that KCA is a place where you can be creative, even as a software developer pursuing technical courses and being an innovator. And you can also do IoT, and also you can be innovative and come up with solutions for today's problems. The water quality project is a software project in that it has the ability to test the quality of water based on the amount of total dissolved solids within a sample of water. It can test that sample, it can store the values, it can interpret the values of the sample, and also give actionable solutions to clients who are using that water so as to solve the issue of water quality. What inspired this innovation is the number of deaths caused by pollution in water. I was also inspired to develop this solution so that I can be able to test this water on my own without having to spend money in labs and take time to receive feedback. I'm really looking forward to the Innovation Week. I'm looking forward to showcase my project and to create awareness concerning safe water and the ability to analyze water electronically, especially through the testing of TDS values.
My name is Professor Isaiah Wakindiki. I'm the Vice Chancellor and CEO at KCA University. I want to welcome you all from the 30th to the 3rd of November, 30th October. We will be having our annual Innovation Week and Industry Summit, which will be held at our Ruaraka campus, which is our main campus. We will be hosting our chief guest, who is at the same time our Chancellor, has graciously agreed to come and preside over the function. Also, we have other notable public leaders. The PS Shipping also will be gracing the occasion later in the week. And the theme of our this year's Innovation Week and the Industry Summit is to leverage on the linkage between academia and industry so that we can together produce sustainable innovations. That's what we want to emphasize, and we are doing this with many partners. For example, our sponsor, the Institute for Certified Public Accountants, popularly known as ISPAC, will be participating. The KCB Bank will be participating. We will have other partners like the British Council, the Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, CASNEB, the Serari Group also will be participating. Moringa School Youth Enterprise Fund, or the Youth Enterprise Resource Hub, Association of Startup and SME Enablers, and many more. And therefore, my call to you is to invite all our students, all our staff, other stakeholders, and also the general public, innovators, researchers, to invite you to our Ruaraka campus from the 30th to the 3rd. There will be quite a huge assembly of people who are enthusiastic towards innovations will be assembled there. There will be various pitches, there will be shows on innovations, competitions. So please, you are most welcome to come and participate with us, and for sure contribute to the sustainable development of our nation. Thank you so much indeed. To the sustainable development of our nation. Thank you so much indeed. To the sustainable development of our nation. Thank you so much indeed. Of our nation. Thank you so much indeed. Contribute to the sustainable development of our nation. Thank you so much indeed.